In our first video, we had the headlights of a prolegomena. And in the driver's seat was this prior, and the prior was, as you said, location, another word, topology, as the beginning and not the result of a blank system, whether it be a metaphysical one, an algebraic one, whether someone's writing a story and they think they're building a world. All that stuff seems to me to be a result of X. And long after Aristotle wrote his physics, I believe there's been no one in the passenger seat of asking and re-asking this question. I don't think Heidegger was even asking this question. He was doing the Parmenidean thing in the backseat. What is being? What is being? What is being? 99 bottles of being, right? And then attribute after recoiled attribute to come to this thing. Let's talk about topology without trying to arrive at a result. And maybe we can induce this thing in this second video.
I like what you said there. There's a funny way in which if philosophy could arrive at something, how terrible, because then it would almost just be like a job. Oh, I've gotten my career up at the top of the ladder. And then you start setting, it's like, is this it? You know how one of the great problems of the modern world is this whole like this problem of satisfaction. Like people make it, they become celebrities, they get the job, and they're like, is that it? And there's a kind of emptiness. One of the things that I think has actually gotten us in trouble is almost an assumption that the good is something arrived at as opposed to continually walked or participated in, because it seems like human beings are actually optimal when they continually have a thing that they're walking or that they're exploring. And in one way, that's what the idea of, I think, the journey is more important than the end is getting at. But also that actually still, that phrase itself still actually operates in a kind of journey end distinction. You know how you have the subject-object divide? That's problematic. Well, there's almost a problem in the journey end divide, actually. Like, because the word journey in of itself in our mind is to a destination. But if instead what we're kind of talking about, and I do think the word worship is closer to it, because worship seems to be a journey in place. Like it seems to be like you're here, but you're continually here in a new quality, in a new way. And I think when we think of philosophy as this in terms of geometry, topography, landscape, then it becomes more about exploring the contours of that landscape and being transformed by that move. And I think actually, I mean, just as an opening statement, I think it's very important what you're saying, because we basically have not thought philosophy as this kind of, it's been more algebraic. Like, okay, if I get X plus Y, I get Z, Z. Okay, we're done, great. But if philosophy actually is more like health, actually. Like health is not something you arrive at. It's something you have, and yet you can be better at health or worse of health. And there are many layers to health. There's the jogging dimension of health. There's the mental health. There's the eating, like what you eat, health. And I think the ancients had this. I mean, they'll talk about philosophy as medicine, theology as medicine. But there's something about philosophy that metaphorically has a lot more to do with things like health. And maybe there's a new word for health here, because like when you walk the terrain, there's something about health in that. Like you're getting healthier, but you're also getting better at perceiving the world, experiencing the world, having the qualities come out. There's something health in that that's not merely, am I going to live an extra 2 years, or is my blood pressure down? There's a kind of qualia health as well in that sense, or quality health, that I think that's the game. And that would have a lot also to do with locating the lack, because that becomes the walking around the crater, the orbiting the crater, across the terra. Those are some thoughts that come to mind, but I think that framing is very good that you're getting at.
And I would take as the first chapter the distinction you pointed out that is a difference that may make and probably should not make any difference to us, object subject. When Descartes dived into the black hole of the ego and then came up with a pearl of cogito, then the rest of the surround became, I can drop my ruler on it and then lift it up. And now my ruler has information about what it fell on. So I can walk away from what it fell on. And now if a number of people with ruler in hand drop it and pick it up, and then all come together in this place where they worship the aura of these rulers that have picked up like lint information, measure, extension, matter, in this place of worship called a laboratory, then generation after generation, and not too many generations from now, we will have surveyed the world. But it's such a difference that does not make a difference, because they shrunk into a monad, into a simplicity. To come back to your earlier word, the self, the ego, into this point that then observes cause and effect. And either it observes it with certainty or without certainty. And the people that went to the laboratory or the Senate come out as experts and then remind one, oh, here's where your certainty broke off. Here's the certainty back in. You're on the path. The path of what? The path of this little point of singularity known as my ego, ping-ponging between extended buffers? The buffered self, James Taylor, and the secular age. So we don't want to go that route of needing certainty. I think that is a false lack. Oh, I'm uncertain. So what? I mean, this doesn't need to be an existential problem, I would submit. But it's pernicious, the ways in which certainty and its synonyms trickle in, I think. And so we would have to cleanse our phenomenology of this false binary, let it fly away, of certain, uncertain. Ways in which you think the phenomenology of normal operating procedure is infected or influenced by that binary of certainty, uncertain.
Oh, that is wonderful. Because I think that may be epistemologically the number one thing that has ruined philosophy. Because the thing is, if you can't have certainty about anything, and the goal of philosophy is certainty, then philosophy can't be about anything. And so philosophy dies. It has no role. Also, when you say, I think, therefore I am, oh, I can be certain of that. Well, the I right there you snuck in, there's a question of, is that I constituted by what you frame it as when you say that word, right? So there's all these things that actually, even if you could in some way assume the presence of some sort of mental activity, that doesn't even give you the framing of what you think that mental activity is in the speaking of it. So whatever certainty there might be, it's a meaningless certainty. That's the problem. Like, if certainty is possible, you couldn't be certain about what you think that certainty is, therefore it's meaningless. Like, you can't get off the ground from that. Now, you can achieve what I like to say, and my friend Lorenzo and I will talk about this, is that you can't have certainty, but you can have confidence. Like, I can't be certain that a lion is not going to burst through that door and attack me, ergo my son Reed. But, I think he's in bed, so there's a 99.9% chance that he won't. So you can be very confident in it. And humans don't actually need certainty to function. They need confidence to function. And in fact, here's the thing, the bar is so high to get certainty about things like, a lion not bursting into your house, that you basically have to ruin your life to have that level of security, actually. You'd have to ruin your life to have it. And that's exactly what has occurred in philosophy. We've tried to achieve a goal of certainty and ruin philosophy in the process. Like any book that goes off in a direction that can't promise certainty, well, don't have to read that philosopher. Well, don't have to read that philosopher. And all we get left with is science, basically. And then, of course, the joke about that is science doesn't actually tell you what it means. So you're still sneaking in interpretation, even though you don't think you are, but facts don't tell you what they mean. You have to set them in the framework that turns the phenomenon into a fact. So it's not the facts don't give themselves over to you as facts without your subjective involvement, because you have to situate, you have to transform an observed phenomenon into a fact. Well, in that very act, you've moved it into a framework and understanding of the world. Now, that could be true, but here's the thing: something can be true and you not be able to be certain of it. You're just confident of it. So the first thing, I think you're exactly right, and I really do like the theologian Leslie Newbigin. And he talked about proper confidence, and he basically just argues, and it's a really wonderful short book. And he also talks about the great Michel Planier, who did a book called Personal Knowledge that's utterly invaluable. And he wrote Tactile Knowledge, and he was a genius. But Leslie Newbigin basically traces the history of philosophy to show that the hunting for certainty has led to nihilism, basically, like bad nihilism, like the very bad nihilism. Because, like I said, if you can't be certain of anything, well, then you can't know any, and certainty is the only valid grounds to know something. Well, then you must become a nihilist, a bad nihilist, who then gets stuck in that then you fall into a bad nihilism. And if you're only allowed to leave if you get certainty over something, then you can never leave, and you're stuck there forever. So definitely deconstructing the certainty uncertainty is extremely important. That has not helped us in any way whatsoever. It doesn't even help you access truth. That's the funny thing. Like, it's a goal that doesn't even help you know anything. Like, I can know that's a bookcase just as well now as I could be if I was certain that it's a bookcase. What does it even add? Like, if anything's a predicate, like they're like existence is a predicate. It would seem to me like certainty is a predicate, actually. Like, because the thing is, you always apprehend things as getting it. Like, you don't apprehend a thing as not getting it. When you look at it, you get it as that thing. Maybe you're wrong in that apprehension, but you always get it. To ask the question, is it certainty? Here's the funny thing, like Anselm gets critiqued as treating existence as a predicate. And we talked about that last time. I think that's a mistake, but we don't critique certainty as a predicate when actually it is. It's an add-on to the apprehension that is already certain of itself as an apprehension, even if it doesn't totally correspond. We have not leveled that critique against the principle of certainty in epistemology as we should. Instead, the question is simply, are you confident that the apprehension you're certain of by definition is accurate? Well, that bookcase has never turned into anything else. So yes, I'm fairly confident that that bookcase is a bookcase. And here's the thing with it, and then I'll give it back to you. What we must do in this idea of a topology, philosophical landscape, and Guy Senstock was talking about this, and I really like Guy, on the original understanding of nature and like the Greeks. And in nature, in Greek, to observe nature is not merely to observe things of nature, but the arising of being of nature. Like, when you observe nature, you're also observing how things grow, like a plant. Like, when you observe, like the notion of our idea of nature is you check out the thing that is a flower. The Greek understanding would be you observe the growing of the flower, not just the thing that is the flowing, but the observation of the growing itself is part of knowing nature. And that's really important because you move from an algebraic point of thing to a geometrical situation. That's becoming, right? So the idea is you don't actually observe nature unless you observe the growing and aliveness of nature, which brings in time. Well, this is very important because then actually the lack of certainty is the space in which you can watch the growing of the flower versus just the thing of the flower. Like, if you had certainty, the flower would have to be a thing that doesn't change. Certainty would have to kill growth. Like, the moment something changes, the thing you're certain about is gone, right? So certainty is a spatial metaphor that must make us treat everything as things that are stuck in that thingness we observe, and they can't grow and change. And so certainty also makes it impossible to move to a philosophy that is situational, geometrical, development, topography, and where confidence leaves open a little space of not knowing in which the flower can grow, per se, as opposed to just being a thing that would be stuck in uncertainty. So the loss of certainty is actually a gift. Like the loss of certainty is actually the very soil in which the flower can grow. Like the hunting for certainty, and then I'll give it to you, has been the equivalent in philosophy of trying to have flowers grow in cement. Like we have been trying to grow flowers in cement, and we're wondering why flowers don't grow. Well, maybe because the soil of certainty is, I don't know, not soil. It's actually cement. Whereas confidence, proper confidence, as Leslie Newbegin talks about, is the soil in which flowers grow. And then we can observe nature and phenomenon as growing and becoming, not just things. And then, of course, that means we can honor, help grow, be the gardener of, help honor the becoming of that very flower. But moving away from certainty is absolutely part of that.
So with the binary aside, I want to put two members in the wing of the theater of our discourse for later, Jacob and Esau. And the idea of deceit, concealment, switching an order around, reversals, and consequences. Consequences not only in a systemic way or genealogical way, to use the biblical term. Did our father forget? Why does mother remember? Another way to say that is, does category theory fit with number theory? In the sense of, well, they're both under math. That question applied to those things makes sense if you give the ground to thing. Because then it could be category theory, or it could be Rebecca. All that matters is what you're about to say next, because when you say something next, you bring in a relation. And that's where the attention wants to go. The speaker is preparing your attention to follow that Golden Gate Bridge. And we find ourselves relating things to things that are related by other things to themselves. And that brings us to Kierkegaard's joke about the self relating to itself, and that self is a relation. And it becomes nonsense quite quick, or to use your word, death. Concrete, which was an excellent pun. Thank you. So Esau and Jacob, if we do not give the ground to thing, but we give the ground to dynamic, to process, to becoming, without all the baggage of 20th century, 19th century process theology, because I don't want to go there. And I don't think our topography has warranted going there yet. It seems to me Rebecca and flower, while not being on the same level, I'm not a Greg Harmon flat ontology man, though we mentioned him in our first conversation. They at least share in creation. Whereas category theory is suspect. It might be an abridged metaphor of 10 other stories. Perhaps most mathematics is pastiche. Mm. So in the place of the certain and the uncertain, what about metaphor and anaphor. We were going on and on about the rungs of meta in our first conversation, and how that does not spiral one into mystery. It spirals one out of mystery into the concrete where flowers do not grow, and where we can abstract away into drip paintings of whatever proof theory. And notice how they find the practitioners of such things find themselves in offices where they're not doing that primarily, but they're doing other things satellite-wise around it. And then they come to an empty room and they do it. It doesn't connect with the growing of wheat, the buttering of bread, the putting on of the winter garments. And I think that is interesting, how it doesn't connect with anything else. So again, another reason to eschew and make shy, maybe a child again, this notion of certainty. But metaphor is that spatial thing that you had mentioned, where all those things can seem to find a place. But anaphor, and what I mean by anaphor, is the beginning of something. The noticing would be a verb of that flower in its becoming. It may seem, if you do something artificial and stop yourself and put yourself in a Zeno box and say, the flower is. But if you disabuse yourself of that box, you might say, the flower grows. And someone would say, well, how? Could you measure that? Why do I need to measure? Does anyone measure another person running or walking? Right? We're able to pick up on movement without measurement most of the time. So a world without measurement can still be a world in motion. And that's why I wanted to use this word creation. And one more thought to add to that, because someone now can say, well, arbitrary. Are you not just stringing together relations? Rebecca, a flower. I'm not claiming certainty, but I do want to find most, if not all of these things together. A house should be insulated. A body that is healthy would not only have food, but it would have people around. In the Christian story, I think it's fascinating that we have a God that in the hymns, they say that he came down without changing place. He took a body, without change, became a man. He was incarnated, the Logos, the second person of the Trinity, the one through whom all things were made. And in that incarnation, lived with a real mother and real friends and eating food, a life. And then he died voluntarily, went to death, and then came out of death. And then not only that, went up to heaven. This, to me, someone would say, what's the point? How else can we know reality? How do we know anything is there? What is the proof of reality? But notice that story gives us a through line through all the stages of possible inquiry. It doesn't do it mechanically, but it shows that God moved through them all, so they must be. And here's now, that doesn't give me certainty, but it does give me the thing in the middle of that word confidence, fide. It gives me a fidelity to reality. And if someone thinks I'm just blowing smoke out of the back of a vehicle, what if you didn't have that story? Just think about it. Where would the through line come from? How would the many become one? And really though, because this relates to topography. Without that story, where would all of it come from?
You said a lot of really good things. So the first thing that comes to mind on what you just said, and Owen
Raymond talks about this as well, but what's very interesting is that in Aristotle, the only touch has a special place in the senses because it's how you determine reality. If I see you, like this could theoretically be an illusion, right? Or it could be computer generated. I could smell things that aren't really there. But for Aristotle, touch is so important because it's a special way that the human subject knows reality. Without God entering into reality and touching reality, how would you know reality was real? Like, and if reality didn't touch God back, how would you know God was real, right? Because other than just the interesting thing is that humans are always at risk of falling from, in the same way that we can fall from mystery to meta, there's something about humans that can fall from the story into conspiracy. Because conspiracy is an internally consistent system of guidance. The problem is what? Is it has no binding principle. You can always add a new variable to make the evidence fit. You can always make stuff go together, like a Thomas Pynchon novel or different things. And if God never came into the world and gave you a story, you could what? Come up with infinite stories about God, right? There would be no binding principle to show something that he particularly touched and let the world touch him back in a way. He let, Jesus put on clothes. Jesus put food in his mouth. The reality touched him. All of that then serves as a binding principle by which we can have intelligibility. And without that, how would you have a through line at all, right? Like there's always a question of the difference between theology that's conspiratorial and philosophy that's conspiratorial and meta versus theology and philosophy that is honoring the mystery. And if you don't have a God that touches reality and is touched back by reality, the hem of his cloak, if I could only touch, then you have no through line. You have no through line at all other than your own infinite, what Hegel would say, spurious infinity of just adding possibility upon possibility upon possibility. Possibility is not a virtue in its own right. There's a danger in treating possibility as a necessary evil. There's some like the absence of being, and therefore possibility can be bad. There's some thought of that nature. But then there's also a problem of treating possibility as infinite. Oh, we have more possibilities of what God could be like. We have more Well, if you have infinite possibilities but no through line, that's not a virtue. Now you're just off in a spurious conspiracy, spurious possibilities, and you never ever get anywhere, right? You never arrive. And so what's very important when you have this notion of God touching reality and being touched by reality, then you actually have a landscape of how Jesus lived his life that you can then compare your own landscape with, right? Or a way to sort of be like Jesus. The whole notion of likeness would become impossible in any sort of substantive fashion without God coming into the world. Because what would the function of like even mean? Like, it's hard to imagine talking about being like Jesus if Jesus was never a person. Because your standard of likeness would merely be what? Your theories. Well, what's the grounding of your theory? Possibility. Okay, well, what's that? Like likeness with pure possibility would not seem to have any value. It doesn't seem like you could do anything. And so I'm also quite taken this idea of metaphor versus anaphor. And if I recall, and correct me if I mean, an anaphor is this repetitive sort of returning orbiting structure in rhetoric.
Yeah. So the key for anaphor is the first two letters.
Yes.
As in anterior. It's built off the back of metaphor. So both of them have phor in them and phosphorescent. The meta is after and the ana is before. So it's, as it were, metaphor can complete the sentence, but anaphor would begin the sentence. And why jump off the cliff? Let's begin to walk up. The anaphor. Whenever a person makes an offering, they're doing it anaphorically. They're not doing it metaphorically. And I think the precision there is noteworthy.
That's very interesting, this emphasis on the ana, because if we put too much emphasis on the meta, we're missing the thing that we're making metaphors about, right? And it's kind of like, and so you have to really be observing the thing that comes first. Well, that would put phenomenology as primary before metaphor. And actually the danger of metaphor is the meta. We talked last time, and I with the idea of the meta, right? And if Susan Sustang, all these different people are warning that metaphor structures thought, it would seem as if it's very interesting, because in the same way that learning the skill of meta and learning how metaphor works can make you avoid falling into it so you can honor the mystery, likewise, knowing how powerful metaphor is increases the likelihood of not getting captured by a metaphor or using it carelessly. But that would require a real skill in phenomenology, a real skill in that Anna, that coming first. And that, I think, is what, if I'm to be charitable, I think the skepticism of language that some analytical philosophers have had has been aware of the power of language to kind of pull us along without us paying attention to what's pulling us along, and that's all well and good. But then, of course, the Gödel incompleteness theorem, the impossibility of a complete system. And so we can't do away with language. We have to be more skillful with it. We have to be more aware of it. And I definitely think that, like, if we don't tarry, there's a lot of talk of tarry with the negative, which I'm a big fan of, because I think it's absolutely true that we have to tarry with the negative. One must be careful not to tarry with the cross. One must tarry with this quite well. But there's also something about tarrying with the thing, like tarrying with the phenomenon before you start naming it or categorize it, or like coming back to it over and over and over again before you start to try to metaphorically structure it. Because the moment you do that, well, the moment you speak, the moment you decide you're going to break the silence, like the moment you decide you're going to break the silence, you better make sure that what you say adds meaning to the silence, not replaces the silence. And that seems to be the trick here, is if we're going to use a metaphor, we better hope that it enhances the anaphor, not replaces the anaphor per se. And you see, in the same way that we've got to go, if I'm going to speak, it better make the silence meaningful, not replace the silence. In the same way, if I'm going to think in terms of the meta, I better make sure that it's going to come around to the mystery or help frame the mystery, not get sucked down the rabbit hole. Well, we're playing with fire here. We're playing with danger, but there's something about the human that seems incapable of not having to play with fire or take risk. Like, we need metaphor, but that means we need something dangerous in this way. It seems like we need to be able to think meta, because we need to be able to jump, look at the whole, see the self-referential. We need to understand it, but then it's dangerous. It seems like we need words, but the moment we use words, we tend to use them to replace the silence as opposed to give the silence meaning. And I'll give it back to you first, but I'm now thinking about Stanley Rosen's work on nihilism, where he talks about silence and the ordinary philosophy, and how we have to be careful to make silence the goal of philosophy, but we also have to be careful to not think that philosophy isn't about figuring out a way to make the silence meaningful. So I'm channeling him in my thinking here. And it does seem as if this is the danger. But again, philosophy as some sort of skill of danger, handling fire, that's all much more topographical. That's much more situational than a problem. And like you say, most philosophers are mathematicians or whatever. And Hegel was quite critical of a lot of mathematicians for reasons that bring to mind what you were saying. They're doing it in an office. They don't have to, what clothes am I going to wear? And the key to that is that means we're doing thinking outside of decision-making, discernment, risk-taking, feeling, empathy. We're doing it outside the entire gambit of everything that makes up everyday life. And I think when Wittgenstein and the ordinary language philosophers were emphasizing we need to pay attention to ordinary language use, I think that's true, but I think we need to pay attention to ordinary daily life as the ground of philosophy. I think the ordinary language philosophy was getting at something important, like what is the everyday use of terms. But the phenomenologist would have said, well, let's talk about ordinary phenomenology, ordinary, like not just ordinary language, but ordinary dayness, ordinary lifeness. And what are all the mental activities that come into play there? Well, Planier would be starting to get into personal knowledge, tactile knowledge. I can mention action from Blondel, but and I'll give it, it's the ordinary language critiques were onto something, but I think it needed to be expanded into ordinary life critiques, and that opens a topography, that opens a situation.
on the phenomenological note, because we are still carving the space for the hockey players who want to get out of their rectangle onto the ice to play. We're moving our sticks down. We're almost there, I believe. And Jacob and Esau will come soon, I think. But the parameters of success are the same as the limits of my world. So now we can bring in some, in scare quotes, measurable constraints to this philosophical field of daily life as we have so and are still qualified it. The parameters of my success are the limits of my world. What do I mean? The consciousness question. And rather than go the route of, what do the scientists say? Because I'm a 34-year-old man and I have an 8 to 5. I'm not a scientist. So I won't quote a scientist. What do I gain by quoting a scientist at this moment in time? What do I think I'm gaining by such a move? Is credibility raining like manna upon my shoulder for later? We have to investigate what we think we're doing when we make rhetorical moves as well in articulating this phenomenological space. So a methodological approach to our method is an observation of rhetoric as it emerges. So where do I go for credibility? Well, if I've given up the binary of certainty, then I'm not going to wonder about credibility. So what will take its place? It seems to me, what will come in will be the fact that I am here, and it's not a stable fact because I'm becoming conscious of the fact that I'm talking a little bit longer than I wish because I want to give you time and I'm not giving you time. And so this now is introducing itself. And what do I do with it? If I continue to filibuster, I'm answering the question. If I give it away, then I also am answering the question. Nowhere in there is there really time for me to step outside and look at the situation. I am enduring the situation. And notice the word endure. Already I'm carrying a cross through this time. And I'm suddenly becoming aware of it. The question is this the cross I want to bear? And is this the cross I am commanded to bear? And who is the one doing the commanding? These questions, if you take away the words and switch them with something else, you might get the talk of an evolutionary biologist. Where is my drive compelling me to go and reproduce? And instead, I come back to the through line of creation. And as you said, if God had not made contact with, we have to let this settle phenomenologically. There would be no world.
That's right.
We don't have to step back next to our fire and sit down and look at the wax melt of our candle and discover the essence of a thing. It's a fiction, one, that there is time in which we could do that. What he was doing was sitting by a fire, getting warm, watching something melt. And he thought he was doing something else. The prophet Isaiah talks about how idols are constructed. And I think this is phenomenologically apposite to Descartes sitting next to the fire watching the wax melt, thinking He was seeing the attributes melt away to reveal the essence. The prophet Isaiah talks about these idols and the way God, the Holy Spirit, through the prophet, mocks the makers of them and the worshipers of them, those who give time to them or think they're giving real time to them. He mocks them by anthropomorphizing them to an irony. Excuse me. He mocks them by anthropomorphizing them to a fault. You have to carry it around. Does it not have legs? When you're sick, will it sit by your bedside and tap your hand? Does it hear you when you speak to it? Where are its ears? Notice he's not saying anything about its actual qualities. He's not going beneath the surface of things. He's not making a modernist move of absolute perception in a pristine moment of awareness. All he's doing is saying it's not a human being. It's not an image of God. Yeah, we knew that. We made it. Yeah, but did you know that? Because you're not acting like you know that. You have stepped out of creation in your mind, and you've put your mind in this artificial world that you're using these things of the world as iconostasis for, to make you believe that you're in this other place where you have some power of judgment or whatever you're doing it for. You might not even know why you're doing it. Maybe something else is compelling you to do it. And that's the sad truth of the state of things. Thank God for God, and that he's compassionate and merciful, right? I mean, we don't know what drags us into those places, and I don't frankly want to know. I want to just get out of it. But those idols are held up as a kind of wall. I say iconostasis, I don't mean the actual iconostasis. I mean a false iconostasis, a false wall of images that make us believe we're somewhere that we are not. When I'm in my office, I'm getting work done, because that's what an office is, where you get your work done. So when I step in the office, I'm getting work done. Well, that's a nice belief. And the walls and the posters and the little mantras that you have on the wall in frames seem to suggest that. But is that the state of affairs? Is that the creation? Or is it doesn't have ears, it's not hearing you. It doesn't hear your productivity. It's not going to clap for you however many pages you write. The office is not an office, it seems. So the idol as this thing that we use or are used by to forget creation, to numb ourselves to creation, to not participate in creation, and to veer into metaphor from Antiphor. And I think this is one of the reasons why it's such a nice feeling when you've noticed it happening to step outside into fresh air. You've made the movement phenomenologically from the metaphor into the Antiphor, and you can't quite put your finger on why. So you will resort to a sentimentality or an anecdote or a stereotype. And here's, I think, a move of our phenomenology. That's not a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're not looking for certainty. So why not throw in a sentimentality? Well, how was your day? Well, it was not going well until I stepped outside, smelled the fresh air. The trees seemed to be talking to me. They were in such good shape. And I was getting a little more air into my lungs. Okay, so you felt good. Yeah, I did. You can gloss it that way. I'm not trying to give you an exact picture. All I know is that I've come back to the world. So that, and that is the prodigal's move when he comes back to his father. Notice he comes with reservations, thinking, I can't return to Antiphor. I'll have to come back to Antiphor with a story.
Yeah, right.
Hey, make me your hired servant, so I can justify my existence here. Because my existence here isn't justified anymore. I left. It's my fault. I've sinned against earth and heaven. There's no place for me here. So if I work, then at least we can all understand that as law. It's right? And his father would have none of it. He didn't even let him finish. And he gave him the ring. And he was restored. Now, his brother in the field, that bothered him. And I want to put that in parallel with the through line of the incarnation of Christ and then the ascension of Christ after the death, the voluntary death of Christ and his voluntary resurrection as through line for a real reality, a world. When the prodigal son returned, he returned to the world and he was welcomed. If we let go of that binary of certainty, that parable is no longer a story. It's not this thing separated from, oh, well, the physicists and their differential equations, they've got a handle on reality, and the Harvard language theorists, they'll tell us what's actually being said. And then your stories about a kid and his father, that helps us sleep at night. That talk and the life that plays out that talk in consciousness is a playing out, a replay of what the parable of the prodigal son is pointing to. Right? Which is great, because then it allows none of us to be Pharisees or scribes. Yep. You can't codify this thing. Uh-huh. You can't quibble about the infinity. All the commentaries on commentaries on commentaries is a kind of spurious infinity, right? Because you can always find a way to say you're not cutting the bread right. Because what is the center? Ooh, well, this person said the center actually is the hind part of a goat. Oh, so that, and then it's always that. Nothing is making contact. So I think it's a slow process, but letting go of certainty opens these things to be a sort of Antiphor. But I want to keep opening doors here. So where do you want to take us from that? Do you think we're getting now out of the phenomenology into the next thing, or is there more to say here?
Well, what's very interesting, so a few things come to mind. First, Musella said a few times, like when you're caught in a paranoid delusion and you're full of fear, uncertainty is great. It's a liberating thing, because you realize, wait, I can't be certain that the world's going to burn up or that everyone's coming to take us over, because that would require certainty, and certainty is impossible. So the first node is like, uncertainty is a wonderful thing if you're driven crazy by fear or you're afraid of things, because then you realize you can't be certain of that thing you're afraid, and there's actually a liberation there. The other thing too, it's very interesting how parables are inherently anaphoric. You're returning to a parable, you're returning to a parable, you're returning to a parable. The moment you say, well, it's very interesting, because the form of metaphor that we're saying is problematic is the metaphor is equal sign, to make a metaphor of metaphor, where you say, oh, Jesus is a lamb. What's very interesting, the Bible almost seems to say that the only metaphors allowed are mixed metaphors. Because Jesus is a lily, and he's a lamb, and he's a king, and he's a shepherd. And so you're given images, you're given metaphors, you're given similes, but it's mixed. And so what does that do? It keeps metaphor from becoming an equal sign. So it seems like if we're going to use metaphor, we have to do exactly what we've been taught not to do by the system, and actually mix them to keep them movement. Because what is mixing? It's moving, right? So if you use metaphors and you understand it's angles of a thing that can never be equaled by a metaphor, then it can be a good thing, because it can actually help you see it. I think the same applies to category theory. Like if you're going to use categories in language, that's fine, but you play with fire. Make sure that you know what you're doing, so that you don't then reduce the thing to something that's not alive and mixing up your categories. Because mixed metaphors means the thing is always mixing up your metaphors. And guess what? Mixed metaphors are a result of what? An anaphor. Returning and being like, no, Jesus is not just a lamb. He's also a lily. No, he's not just a lily. He's also a shepherd. Return, return, return. And you keep coming up. Every new metaphor is a testament to a return to the same place. So there's a repetition there, and there's a repetition. So metaphor always has to be mixed, or it becomes an equal sign, and then you're in trouble. So the other reason why that's a big deal, because what is the problem with the physics? Reality equals, right? Mathematics of the equal sign. It seems like the problem is all thinking that has an equal sign, as opposed to an arrow. Like, keep moving, move in this direction, look at it this way, but keep going and keep going. Likewise, the problem with things is we talk about them as equal signs. The bookcase is a bookcase, equal sign, A is A. Well, that's it. That's where we're done. Owen Barfield warned that belief in things was idolatry. If you say that the bookcase is its own grounding, that it is a thing outside of relations and it's just existing of itself, you're saying it's the ground of its own being. Therefore, it doesn't need God. It's an idol. It has its own being. And so what's also interesting is we've actually unintentionally perhaps come up with conceptions of the human soul that is actually idolatry, but it's not a golden calf in front of us, so we don't actually note it's an idol. We've actually created these kind of transcendent idols that are based on classical philosophical notions that that enable us to think of ourselves as having a transcendental, unconditioned ground. And then all we have to do is do the philosophy that gets us to the equal sign of what that transcendental ground is, and we're done. But that means philosophy and theology are in service of idolatry and finding something that is actually taking us out of the situation that keeps us moving, just like the mixed metaphor has to do. I think also it's interesting because the return, in Hegel, a return is never a return, because when you come home, you're different. Even if you come back to the same place, there's a change, actually. Return is always return with the RE in parentheses. And so what's interesting is the repetition. The reason why the emphasis should be on Antiphor is because it's like, oh, you're just repeating. No, no, no. When you repeat and you find out, it's only by repeating that you find out you can never return the exact same way. But it's by trying over and over and over again that the plausible deniability on the possibility of a pure return vanishes, because you see that the thing is always different. And a metaphor has the risk of trying to make a thing different by going outside of itself, by saying, oh, Jesus is like a lily. So Jesus outside of Jesus is lily. You're going beyond it. Whereas in Antiphor, where you say, return to the parable of Jesus, return to the story, then it comes in a new way. So the change is within Jesus as opposed to outside of Jesus. Highroot made the example where if I said to you, there are rock climbers, but then there are rock climbers. I repeated the same thing, but the second one we all know is different. We're talking about real rock climbers when I repeat it with that certain repetition, right? That realization of the thing is only possible because of a repetition. The repetition discloses that there's something more there that you couldn't have got it on the first visit, but had to repeat to get. And so the repetition, which for Hegel is a true infinity, because he wants to locate infinity in the circle. He says a spurious infinity is the list, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, x plus 1. Where true infinity is where a circle comes around and touches the circle, and it's always touching and touching and touching. That's the Antiphor. The Antiphor then would be the circle and would be the true infinity. And what ends up happening then is phenomenology. In the repetition of phenomenology, something beneath the phenomenology starts to be disclosed because there's a change in the experience. How can there be a change in the phenomenon if it's the same phenomenon? Well, because there's something trying to break through. And the question becomes, in what ways can we kind of trace out the contours of that thing that's trying to become, that's trying to come forth? What's going, there's a way you were mentioning endure. It was interesting because I almost heard the word endure, that as we endure, there's a door that opens up that we pass through. So likewise, if we endure the Antiphor, I got stuck there, then there's something that starts to open up in things when we repeat. And it's very funny because when we look at religion, religion seems to be much more anaphorical, repeating the ritual, returning the same stories, than it is to be metaphorical. It seems to be more about creating a space within a space, a chora, a kairos time, from a method of repetition than it is from a going to a different place. It makes me think too, just as a note, Emerson, funny enough, in his book Self-Reliance, and by his essay Self-Reliance, and I should note that by self-reliance, he doesn't mean kind of the rugged individualism. He means something about it's much more akin to being able to motivate yourself, to being your own cause, intrinsic motivation than this kind of rugged individual. But he actually notes toward the end of that essay the danger of travel, where you're always traveling to a new experience, adding a new experience. And really, you need to learn to be able to repeat the everyday doing yourself to learn self-reliance. Otherwise, you're running from the anaphoric life that would actually make possible the emergence of self-reliance. Because for something to be self-reliant, it has to learn to dwell with itself. Otherwise, it's always reliant on going somewhere or something outside of itself. So self-reliance and self-dwelling become very, very important. And I think what comes up for me, ultimately, because there's this interesting thing you mentioned with conversation, where you know when you're getting it. You know when you're talking too long. You know when you are not making it. You know what time it is. There is these senses there. I do think conversation might be uniquely useful to map, to get at the nature of this topography. Because when you're talking, let's ask this. When you feel that something important is being said, or you don't know what you're going to say, but then you know what you're going to say and it just kind of comes out of nowhere, is that phenomenology? Or is that something else? Like, are we engaged right now in phenomenology? In one way, yes, but in another way, no. So what is a conversation doing? Because the reason why I think conversation is big is, one, God created through the word. The word is a big deal. Language is a big deal. Language also seems uniquely able to participate in reality. Like, once I call a thing a cat, it's not the same thing. Like, you could say it's just a sick. No, the phenomenon that is a cat is different when you call it a cat and you treat it a cat. The way you approach it, the way you think about it transforms. Alfred Kołobaszka, who wrote the extremely important Science and Sanity, would do an experiment where he'd walk into class with a bag that said dog food, and he'd start eating it, and the kids would get sick and disgusted, and then he'd rip it off and it said homemade biscuits. And he said, I just proved to you language is real. Like, if you he's like, language changes how you experience the bag. And he's really important, I think, Kołobaszki. But anyway, language has this way of participating in reality that is, in one hand, phenomenological, in another way not. And the last thing I'll say about why I think it's important is, I mentioned Stanley Rawson, who the great Guy Simstock brought to my attention. And he notes that nihilism, which he defines this age as nihilistic, he says he kind of takes nihilism as the everything is permitted route, Dostoevsky kind of Nietzsche. So everything is permitted. But in a conversation, that's not true. This is what's weird. Like, in the world today, everything is permitted. There's no transcendental ground. There's no nothing, right? And yet nobody lives that way. Everyone actually kind of knows that everything isn't permitted, and it's not merely subjectivity, because you literally feel when you're like saying, or you feel when you're talking too long, to use that example, or when you're not making a good point of where you are. You're feeling some sort of meta structure, and it has to be under the conversation, because on the surface everything is permitted. Like, if everything in the immediacy is a place where everything is permitted, and yet it's not, then there's something that you're bumping up against when you talk. Is that phenomenology? Or is that what is undergirding phenomenology, that comes out like the plant growing in phenomenology? And so, to me, what's so interesting is, if everything is permitted and yet everything is not permitted, or you can tell when some things are optimal or not, then there is an everything beneath the everything, per se, or with the everything. Metaphorically, this is difficult. But the only way to get it is actually the anaphoric effort of trying to just redoing conversation, bumping up, feeling the contours, feeling a terrain arise in discussion, that if you were to say, where is it? You just have to participate to know. And that terrain that arises is not a terrain where everything is permitted, and yet everything should be permitted in a sense, and yet it's not. What's going on in this? Something here that's interesting to circle in for Rawson. This is tracing and orbiting this, which is locating the lack, to look at our last conversation. Like, there's a lack here you're locating in conversation. There's an everything you're bumping up against that is lacking from the everything you experience, that when you bump up against it. And where is that? How do you locate that in your life? How do you explore that? I said a bunch of things. I'd be curious what comes up for you. But I've always found it very interesting how if everything is permitted, then why isn't it in conversation without ruining the conversation? Like without ruining it. Well, then you know you ruined it. Like, so it's interesting how exploring the terrain suggests there's something more than the immediate experience, and yet that comes out in the phenomenology. I'd be curious your thoughts.
A standard lapping in the wind is the language that you painted, and what is the frame that keeps all things from being permissible, to my mind, is the same kind of question as why is there a world wherein not everything is happening all at once. And a grace note of this phenomenology that you and I are building is surprise, I would say. It should come as no surprise that there will be surprise, because we are not looking for certainty. We're seeking the righteousness of God, which is not the same thing as the atomic formula for water. And it's not even composed, perhaps, in the same way, or formulated as a question in the same way. How would I know when I find it? Is it going to be ripe when I find it, or will it be too late? Is it inside me or outside of me? Can I find it in my neighbor? Hopefully it's not that guy in a ditch, because then I'd have to go into the ditch and, right? Put my gloves on, et cetera, et cetera. Not to make this about morality, because I think that also is at issue in phenomenology. But again, it should be no surprise that these things can be cited. Language. It is a symptom of the Renaissance, of the modern period, that we practice faux, F-A-U-X, surprise at the efficacy of language. Oh, wow, there's a deep structure. Wow, man, grab the yellow legal pads. Only a few people are going to have the time and mental stamina to figure this out. How do we diagram universal grammar? Whoa. And let's subsidize that effort with money, tax dollars. It's while I go do something out, deliver mail, or I don't know, make my dinner. It's too much. That is not the awe we are talking about, it seems. Rather, because it is such a gift and so reliably, naturally occurring, that is not addressed as the surprising feature. And no wonder, because existentially, I posit, we can't find the time, and I mean that ontologically. We cannot find the time to step out into a non-existent place and marvel at the structure of naturally occurring language, because we are in naturally occurring language. And even that wondering occurs as naturally occurring language. And that's the repetition you spoke of. So it's a problem we cannot face, which means it's not a problem for us. If we want to pretend that is a problem, we can. That's what I would say. So where do we do it? But we have the energy for the problem. But notice here we've discovered we have energy for things. And again, we should be surprised. There is a world. God has touched all of it. That is not an axiom, but it happened and is happening. And that alone is not something we can extricate ourselves from. Wow. It doesn't put me in a philosophic mood. And I'm not sure what kind of mood it puts me in. I think the ancient theologians would say it would put you in a contemplative or a state of theoria, where you are beginning to theorize about nature. Right? You're beginning to move through, not really through as in penetrating, but you're moving finally with nature consciously. You're growing. You are growing as you grow. And something like this should connect to all of reality. And if religion is the interface of that reality, and some do it as small packages, some do it as niche categories, some do it as buy one, get one free. But I think the real one, the one that as the merchant is saying, well, I can get one free if I accept this sort of nullity, then I can get my hedonism if I accept the nullity. So that's my buy one, get one free. But I am a merchant after all, right? I want the advantage. I want to find my telos. I want to find the greater, moving up the lesser. I want to be a businessman. So when you do find the pearl, oh yeah, forget that nullity and hedonism. All of that will find a place in this. And so I'll sell everything because I'll get everything back. You sell everything for the thing that gives you the world. Because you can have everything, but if you don't have the world, none of those things are connected. And this shouldn't surprise us if there is a world. So this world came from God, and God tells us that when he made the world, he named it things. It surprises us, and it will perpetually surprise us, and it should come to us as no surprise that we also speak and name things. Again, we can elude that consequence in so many different ways. Oh, language, it came from the birds, came from the bees, from our primates, it came from moving sticks together, it came from territorial disputes, whatever. We're still saying the prime matter, the prime history, the antecedent, the Antiphor gave us what we have. We're still saying it. We're just saying it in an incoherent, I would say, silly way. The birds and the bees gave me my P's and Q's. Fine. But you're going to want to eventually become serious and grow up. And that sense of growing. Okay, one last thing on that note. It should come as no surprise that the Bible would clue us in. In the parables, how are they often end-noted? He who has ears, hear. Those who can hear, hear. That beautiful parallelism of saying the same thing twice. If God made the world and said that it is good, then it is good, but it's not a static good. But rather, what is it? Wow, good. That would mean that I'm not going to try to escape it. And it should also mean that when I come back to it, it is good. And it should come as a surprise that is no surprise. The prodigal son, my father loves me and would take me back. No surprise, but it is a surprise. It surprised him for a moment. Reality is so difficult. And I think this is one of the reasons why the church fathers talk about it as fire. And you brought up fire. Fire burns and illumines. It's a tricky thing. Not that it's malevolent, but we have to, more than learning where to stand to watch a painting that's static in a museum. Well, should I be on the right of it? Should I be on the left of it? Should I be on a staircase? Where's the optimal place to see the vanishing point? Rather, we should talk about closeness and distance and where am I in relation to the fire of reality. And again, it should come as no surprise that these things are perennial issues that you won't find on a philosophy section in Barnes and Noble. It is in the living of life. It is in defending the mode of life that is taking these things seriously up in consciousness and holding that consciousness as a value and even a valuable thing to transmit. So now education becomes how to keep that locus of consciousness, what? Conscious, how to keep that hearing. So it relates to all these other wider issues. It doesn't put them in, well, the government can take care of that. Nick over there, who has a proclivity to use a chainsaw, he can take care of that other thing. And then here, I'll be here with my legal pad. It doesn't, maybe we can do that in a community, but it begs the question, well, what's holding the community together? And it should come to as a surprise that Nick over there with his chainsaw can be in our community and that I could be in the community. Now humility is starting to seem like something that isn't arbitrary again. Okay.
That was magnificent. Few things. First, I love this idea that the good is something you don't want to escape. That provides like a nice little rule of thumb. Like when we often ask, what is the good? It can sometimes be difficult and be like, well, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, well, do you want to escape it or not? That becomes like a very useful kind of rule of thumb to go by. Obviously, there's more to it, but I really like that framing. That's really nice, that the world is good, therefore you don't want to leave it. I appreciated that. Also, while you were speaking at the beginning, it's interesting because now I'm thinking the difference between righteous and right. It's almost like righteousness aligns with confidence, where right aligns with certainty, and we've sacrificed righteousness for rightness. In the same way that we have sacrificed, because you only become righteous, well, by facing fear, by not being certain, by doing things, like you have to face things, you have to go through challenges, you have to be tempted. Like the space in which righteousness is developed is always an uncertain space. Like there's a very real sense where certainty is where righteousness doesn't develop. Like it can't develop. Like, so it's interesting to think that the movement into certainty also contributes to a replacement of our goal is to be right, not righteous. And that, of course, I think is quite dire. The other thing on universal grammar, I laughed. I like that so much. It's a giant claim that I'd have to defend, and I won't here, but I'll do it at another time. Hopefully, in the map is indestructible. I believe that most intellectual projects are basically no different than conspiracies. They're the creation of internally consistent systems, which means you find a logic where all the pieces add up and it all goes, and it could be possible. Yeah, but it may be completely coherent and not correspond. Like the giant mistake is to believe that just because an idea is coherent, meaning it all adds up, means it is therefore true. Just because you achieve coherency does not mean you've described reality. But you can indeed get a grant. You can indeed write a bunch of papers that are all coherent and plausible and possible. And it seems like every other day, people come up with a new academic, theory that's possible. But just because it's possible does not mean it's correspondent. I think a lot of basically thinking has been wasted in the creation of internally consistent systems, that just because they're not obviously absurd, like some conspiracies we think are different intellectually in structure from conspiracies, but they're really not. They're just internally consistent systems. And I think that has been a dire mistake because it has contributed to a movement of thinking toward rightness, coherence, as opposed to righteousness, confidence, and seeking for correspondence, which can only be found in the lived experience. You'd have to leave your office and engage in the everyday to find out if your ideas actually correspond with reality. If you think it's cold outside, the only way to find out if it is to go outside. But you could come up with a lot of evidence just looking out the window that makes a coherent theory for why it's cold outside. You see all the other people shivering, you see a lot of evidence. Yeah, but then you go outside and it turns out it's actually warm. Oh, funny. The only way to move into that difference between coherence and correspondence is life. So you have to live it. And I think the universal grammar efforts often
Well, what you're doing there is you're treating words like things, actually. You're looking for words as things. And that is an idolatry, just like trying to make things. Like if you want words to be kind of these grounding, like there's some grounding for words, like there's some universal language. That is the same mistake that Owen Barfield is pointing out with things. Like that's not the mystery of language. The mystery of the thing of language that should mystify us is not the word I'm saying, but the word I'm about to say. Like we've made two mistakes. We've either focused on the space between words and made that a new thing, or we focused on words. But really the strangeness of language is the word I'm about to say that I'm now saying as I'm speaking, that's in the future and I'm not going to say, and then it's here as if it could have been no other word. The mystery of the word about to be said, because that's the boundary of the Mediterranean. Like, a few more before I go into that. Also, I think a lot of this is pointing to also the movement. The big distinction I try to use in Ivan Illich is I'll talk about the difference between a plan and being prepared. The entire world is hungry for plans, and plans are basically idols. Whereas Ivan Illich is like, no, you need to focus on being prepared for the future, not planning for the future. Because you can plan for the future, and when it turns out the future is not what you planned for, you're done for. But if you're prepared for the unexpected, anti-fragile and esteemed to leave, that's everything. And really, certainty, rightness, plans, they all align with a way of life that is very stagnant and unmoving, whereas preparation, like the conversation, confidence, righteousness is a movement. And for me, I would associate all of the stagnancy with A is A logic that doesn't negate and sublate into the AB of Hegel, but to use other language, Simone Weil makes a distinction between affliction and attention that I think is insanely important. Affliction is a state where you're stuck. You can't think outside of the structure that you are in, and anything beyond that is crushed. And she used to be a Marxist, and she would talk about the Marxist revolution, but she'd come to go like, no, the inevitable Marxist revolution will never occur because the working class or the lower class are under affliction, meaning the very idea of a different way of life doesn't even occur to them. Like they're stuck in a kind of A is A. This is the case, and this will always be the case, and they can't go beyond it. And so it's kind of an enclosure, really. It's an equal sign. You're stuck. And it's to treat like your moment in time as a thing that can never be something else. It can never become. It just is what it is. For her, attention is looking outside of yourself to the other. You know, it has a lot with the Ivan Illich, man on the side of the road, Good Samaritan story, etc. So you're looking beyond A is A, paying attention to what's there and seeing possibility. And then you're not looking to the next person, because that would be metaphor, but really paying attention in an apaphoric way, repetition on the person that then truly brings out you outside of yourself in that repetition of the experience of the otherness. Because the danger is if you like one of the dangers can be that you always are helping someone, and you're just actually helping numbers. You're not ever helping a person because you're always moving on to the next. So there's something about the Simone Weil attention that is very much a residing. And for her, the only way to escape affliction is this attention, which is very phenomenological, but it is a phenomenological state that makes the mystery of the other arise in the phenomena that you're trying to get at, that you're forced to look at, that then can make you think beyond the structure you're stuck in, that she would associate with affliction. So there's something about attention that also has this movement structure that we're pointing at, but there's something natural about humans to fall into affliction. And I think it's also interesting, you mentioned Heidegger. Like Heidegger was basically like thinking only occurs when you're walking. And Taleb says something too, like his later books are pathways. He talks about philosophy as a clearing. You know, it's about walking around something that something comes out of. And basically, he's like, philosophy can't happen if it's scripted. Like actually philosophy occurs precisely when you don't know what you're going to say next, or you don't know what you're thinking, or it's not planned. Because if it's planned, then it's under that attention, it's under that affliction structure. And you don't actually have to pay attention to the person you're talking to. This is the point. Like thinking, we've associated true thinking with what can be modeled, what can be planned, what is predictable. but actually all of that contributes to thinking that is under affliction. And we don't actually have to pay attention to the world. We don't have to merge, in a sense, philosophy with what Simone Weil is saying. But if we take philosophy as actually being on a pathway, a conversation where we don't know what's going to be said next and we don't know where we're going to go, well, then right there, it's it's situational topography. You're walking. You have to pay attention to the other person. And this is what's weird. In that act of attention, some sort of apophatic space does emerge between the two people. There is something that emerges that's not there and is there, that is the arising of what could come out. It suggests that there's something more that's at play, but it can only occur if you're willing to engage in thought where you don't have a plan. Now, you have to be prepared. You have to have read Heidegger. You have to have read these. You have to have been going through your daily life thinking and like trying to honor life. So there's preparation that makes possible this conversation, the dialogos, the circling, different terms that people use. But it is also weirdly prepared but not planned, which requires then the attention to make it happen, which means it moves out of affliction, which means it is a far more phenomenological undertaking. And when you bring all of those things together, something occurs. And I think one of the reasons it may happen so much in conversation is precisely because a conversation like this, the next word you're about to say, which again, that to me is the mystery of language. The thing you're about to say that you don't know that you're going to say, that is not captured in the efforts of a universal grammar, because that is trying to make words into things. That seems to be the edge of the territory, the edge of the topography, because it's also the edge of time, because the whole future is now. Like the whole future is right now. That's a line from Jacob Kashir's Sin Space that I love. So literally the next word you're about to say is the future that is not here, and yet when the future that's going to be here is one that is also somehow designed with what is here. So what you see is the present and the future in a conversation. In that next word you don't know what you're going to say is married. The future and the present right there. There's a revelation of the true character of time there, that then that revelation is brought out in the boundary almost of the phenomenological experience, because it's the border of time that when you're paying attention to where is that next word coming from, where does it arise, what is the experience of that next word, that seems to be where you're kind of tracing the location of the lack, like the location of this thing that stuff is emerging from, because like the whole future is now. Like now, and the next thing that emerges in that whole future is a word that is related to what you said that you can't predict. And then when it occurs, you just kind of feel that, yes, that is the next thing that should be said. That is how the future should arrive. And yet that feeling that, yes, that is how the future should be arrived is possible, not because of a plan, not because of a reductionability, but for a preparation that makes you occupy a space. So then it is possible that the future that arrives can feel like the future that is creating. That it should arrive because it is part of the creation. It is part of the creative act. Yes, that is what should arrive because it contributes to the creation. So it's not an ought and a kind of stagnant equal sign, but the ought is a feeling of that is in the co-creation. That is part of the dance. I said a lot. I'd be curious what you think, but I'm always taken by the mystery of the word that is about to be said, that is coming to be said, that when it arrives, you're like, yes, that is part of the creation. That is actually that's what ought to be said because it is in the co-creation. I'd be curious what you thought. Think.
I would make from what you said the antonym prediction, which is a word that is tennis racketed back and forth amongst the internally coherent soothsayers, I mean system builders. It's going to be all okay inside this thing, as long as you accept these premises. But what about, we can't just always say, what about? You'll never get anything done. And there is prudence in that wisdom, but there may not be a whole world in that wisdom. If you are not talking about with the next word, predictive validity, what are you talking about? It seems to me you might be talking about following the Logos, which is not the same thing as making a prediction. Well, I'll say there is such a thing as air pressure. I'll say it has these attributes, and then I'll poke around the world of my laboratory in this experiment, which is a time that I am bracketing and saying this time exists, wherein I can endure these beakers and tabulators and whatever else they're called to discover or falsify my claim there is such a thing as air pressure. And I'm not willing to believe that this is a metaphor, pastiche from another metaphor. I'm saying that technically I have found something that already was there. And I think it's everywhere within some defined topography. Oh. Well, that cannot be the same thing as following the Logos, as following the future, as showing up where you are. Well, Jacob and Esau, it occurs to me, Jacob grabs Esau by the heel as they're coming out of the womb, is named supplanter. Later, when Esau comes in from the field, I'm hungry. Here's some soup. Give me your blessing. Give me your birthright. You can have some soup. What do I need a birthright for? Give me a soup. He was coming close to the world at that moment, was he not? With every slurp, he was making contact. But with every slurp, he was giving up what? Air pressure? Birthright. It was real. But also, how real was it? God said the younger will serve, the older will serve the younger before they were born, before they had done anything good or bad. St. Paul says. So it should come as no surprise then that the one who slurped the soup was not left in agony. Because when Jacob returns, before he sees his brother's face, does he not give him all of his goods? He sends them over one by one as gifts to his brother. Wow, I'm sure he enriched him if Esau decided to keep it. So who made out in the end in this game of chess? Where was the imbalance? Well, we can say in the beginning, the imbalance was having lost the birthright and then having lost the blessing when Jacob came in wearing sheepskin. But then at the end, in what, a train of 7 different groups, all this stuff was given to Esau from his brother Jacob. All this stuff from their uncle Laban. And he received his younger brother quite humbled, honoring him. Consciousness in the modern era, I think, articulates itself as the monologue. Monologue. Well, why am I doing this? Who am I? Man, I'm not doing this right. Gosh, what am I supposed to? Tie my shoes. Headache. If only I didn't have a brain. Man, why do I have a body? What is a body? Oh my goodness, time to eat. Oh, can't wait. Wow, stream of consciousness for the next 5 hours. You tell me I got to do this for 50 years? Oh my goodness. And then I've got a retirement. Oh my good. What is a society? I mean, nihilism would come as a relief after 10 straight hours of a monologue. I mean, it shouldn't take long for someone to become a nihilist. It shouldn't take long. I could predict it wouldn't take long if they're talking to themselves, because what you're doing at that moment is you're separating this figure, this fiction, who observes you as a meat box, moving around, feeling aches and pains in your joints and hearing things from people and not understanding. And And what is it? The voice of God? But you're speaking that voice, and you're shutting off that voice, and you're reflecting it back onto itself. And then you're reading this book that I like this voice better. Let me put this voice up there instead of that voice. Yeah, you go away. Well, if that was the voice of God to you, and you're just telling it to go away, it must have, what are you doing here? And you're not paying attention to your neighbor while you're doing it. So it's now starting to become this real thing. What? Origamied, folded out from this private conversation? Private. Here's where earlier I talked about the physicist who might say, over here we've got the atomic formula for H2O nailed down. And over there you can have your sentimental story about a woman with an issue of blood who was healed after touching the hem of his garment, after pushing through all these people, and he's saying, your faith has saved you. That helps you sleep at night. I have the story from this other religion that I will argue is analogous, and it helps me sleep at night. But we can both agree that H2O is H2O is H2O is H2O is H2O. Well, I don't even know if that person would bring themselves to say that is a comforting reassurance. Because what does it do for you? It doesn't even touch you. It doesn't even touch you, H2O. So in the same way that bifurcation, I would argue, is not real, I can talk to myself about what I'm observing about myself and be the judge of my own actions as I try to articulate a future for myself that I can be responsible towards, i.e. Jordan Peterson. That I think also is highly suspect. Because why don't we say what we should say, what our ancients have said, that person who's judging us should not be ourselves, it should be the Christ. And the Christ is not doing it now. He is giving us real time before the last judgment. That's what we're told. But it should come as no surprise that we think, oh, well, I've got time, so I can do other things. I can fill up that time with judging myself. Yeah. That only replays that it's the real. So why don't we learn from it slowly, humbly? Why don't we learn that we don't have to be our own monologue? That Jacob to my Esau is Christ. Mm-hmm. He takes my birthright. He pretends to be me, so to speak. He actually is me in the sense that he incarnated as a human being. Mm-hmm. I'm still my person. He's his person, second person of Trinity, but he took human nature. So everything that I have, he took from me. He took when he became a human being without change. He remained the Logos, but he took from me. So by the time I came to my Father, it was gone. He took it all from me. But then he comes back and gives me everything. And he even comes back humbly, because that's how he chooses to do it. And I should let it break my heart slowly. And lastly, someone could say, well, that's a story. I can't participate in it. It now should come as no surprise that we can begin to see, oh, prayer. It's not a heady thing. Because we're not looking for certainty. So we're not looking for a well-crafted poem that we're going to recite each and every day to better understand how to say flower. Because I really want to go as a modernist down to the deep structure of experience and perception. No, that's not what a prayer is. It's an Antiphor. You pray because we pray. Because we don't monologue if we use the negative. We pray because we ought not to monologue, because monologue will destroy us. A prayer will not destroy us, because a prayer, even if we don't feel it, it's not dependent on a feeling. A prayer is a dialogue.
That was wonderful. So you were saying prayer. It was interesting because as you were speaking, there is something when people talk about the circling of the dialogos where it would seem that prayer has a lot to do with that, where you're doing with God,
and there's a coming back and forth. If you're doing prayer right with a psalm, that there's something about that structure that seems analogous. That is quite interesting, because also too, if you're doing this conversation that has this Heideggerian path structure where something can happen, well, if you're doing prayer correctly, you're open to something happening apathetic, you're open to something occurring that is unexpected. So there's something interesting about thinking about prayer being on the same gradient as this kind of conversation that has been called dialogos. I also like what you said in the idea of there can be prudence in that wisdom, but not a world. There is something about, at the beginning, there's something about thinking that to me always strikes as seeking a world. I always find it very interesting that when we fall asleep, and that means thinking is not bound or bumping up against facticity, we tend to dream. And I don't actually think the act of dreaming and the act of thinking is that different. I think we, in the differentiation, we actually hide ourselves from what, like how we should actually see what thinking does. And when we're not bound by facticity and experience, thinking creates a whole world that we suddenly and always at once are in and don't even question. Like the very way that we just find ourselves dreaming suggests that thinking is in the business of creating internally consistent systems if we're not careful with it. Like we're always already playing with fire. And so then it's like, oh, I better wrestle this down or it's going to make me give up my birthright without realizing it. You know, I'm going to fall into affliction without realizing it, because a dream is a revelation of what thinking is in the business of doing. And what thinking wants to do is create a whole world that then you think is the only world that's ever been. Like a lucid dream is very rare. Like basically religion is a question of how to have a lucid life, basically. Like this is all in a sense a kind of dream, not dream, that's a strong illusion, but it's a kind of like incompleteness, right? Like a dream is incomplete and then you say, oh, that was a dream. Now I know the context of it. But thinking is in the business of creating a whole world. And that's good because there is this danger of not worlding, but then we have to locate the world. The question is, do we locate the world in a process of worlding, therefore the future moment, the next thing you say, or do you make the world a stagnant thing? Thought is going to make a world. Thought is after a world. It's going to find one if you leave it. It's going to either make it in science. We know everything in H2O. We have our world. You know, facticity is going to find it in religion, a conspiracy. It's going to find an internally consistent system. The question is if you add a little opening to that internally consistent system so it's not internally consistent and it's open to what? The other. Now there's the space to attention, and that attention is toward the next words you're going to say in the sentence that you don't know you're going to say. What you do is you open it to make that mystery space, the coming, the thing that could occur, possible. But if you don't pay attention, your thinking will close that hole. It will not make that space. It's going, and then if it closes that hole, it will also make you always think that you have everything that will always be. Like a dream is like, it's always been this. It's always been there. You don't question that you're dreaming. You just suddenly are participating in it. Like if we lose the mystery, then we're also going to lose the ability to know that we lost the mystery, because then we're going to treat the world as always just being this way, and we'll just participate in it like we find ourselves participating in a dream without realizing it. So there's this interesting thing where we can't let thought lose the world. That's mistake one that seems to be very common. But then there's also the mistake of letting thinking create a world that's a stagnant thing. So we then have to make a world that's always worlding, and that requires the repetition structure to always check that your world has not stopped worlding. Like that's the thing. Like as soon as you stop the aphoric, like I can't say the word, instead of like you stop the repetition, then it stops engaging in this worlding, in this becoming, and now it's stagnant. And now you're under affliction as opposed to attention with Simone Weil. I think what's also very interesting with the Esau example, it's very funny because it's like, it's kind of like the whole world in some respects can be like, what do you need this religion for? You know, this will explain everything. You know, you don't need it here. Just eat the soup, right? Like, it's like you just have the equal side. Now you have the solution. Oh, great. I'm good. I don't need any more mystery, right? Like all of life all of life is like, I'm going to give you a plan. You don't need to be prepared. You need to be prepared for mystery. You don't need to be conditioned. I'm just going to give you a plan. Just do the what you're supposed to do at 30 and 50. Just eat this up. And now you've given up your birthright. Because it's very interesting with that story where the birthright and the blessing are separate. That's always really interesting to me. One of the ways I've thought about it is that it's almost like because you were made in the image of God, that's your birthright. And the blessing is the New Jerusalem, or the blessing is the conditioning where you can become more fully human and get more qualitative experiences of the divine. The blessing is time. And it's almost like Esau gives them both up. That's why it's so terrible. It's almost like a model of giving up both the image of God as the birthright and giving up the blessing of the grace that could be unfolded through time. So it's almost like birthright and blessing almost have a double function. And what you see Esau giving up is basically all of the bounty of time, the bounty, like the blessing of past and the blessing of future, if you will, or the gift of past and the gift of future. And I think we basically do the same thing. Like when you're like, I don't need Jesus, I just need a career. Well, now you're not made in the image of God. And now there's no possibility of a future blessing of grace or a different future. You're now under affliction. It's interesting how giving up the mystery is giving up both something about the past and something about the future. You are giving up a birthright and a blessing in that act of giving up the mystery. And it's going to both change the meaning of the past that you come from, and it also is going to change the meaning of the future. And since the present entails both the past and the future via memory, like Augustine and Heidegger all say, you're changing the complete meaning of the present. And then at that point, like you say, 10 years or 10 hours under affliction, then nihilism becomes a blessing. And I think also it's interesting because the other thing I'm now thinking is it's like prediction is like the difference between what follows and following. Like what we've done is we're really interested in what follows, but that's giving up the birthright and the blessing. Like we're like, it's the temp's like, hey, I'll tell you what follows, just give up the ability to follow. Well, what good? I don't need to be able to follow if I know what follows. What good is the ability to engage in following if I know what follows? I don't need, give me that soup, baby. I'm going to eat it up. Likewise, you don't need to be prepared if you have a plan. The whole point of a plan is that nothing bad happens, so you don't have to be prepared. So what's interesting is, Ivan Illich talks about like disabling profession. What we've done is we've disabled ourselves from the ability to engage in following, like following the logos, in order to know what follows, and therefore we're not capable of following. So all language can be is a mapping out of what follows, and then we're like, yes, we have a universal grammar, we know what follows, but the only reason we know what follows is because we've given up the ability to engage in following, and so we've made ourselves predictable, so we've made certainty possible because we've killed ourselves as living beings. We've turned ourselves into idols. We've turned everything into idols. You have to make the universe a collection of idols because an idol is something that can tell you what follows. You know what follows. If I worship this, it will rain on the crops. If I worship this, everything will be good. An idol, and basically all like black magic in this sense, is a promise of what follows. And to give up idolatry is to engage in following versus seeking knowledge of what follows. And if you're engaged in following, then you have to condition yourself in a different way to be capable of following and being the kind of person that has the strength in the legs, the skills and whatever to do the following. Well, following is all topography. It's all situation. And a conversation that is following is very different than a conversation that is trying to determine what follows. A conversation that is, which then maps onto a way of life, and then I'll give it back to you. Any of that is a way of life that is trying to determine what follows is a way of life that engages in idolatry and gives up your birthright and blessing of being capable of following. The ability to engage in following is your birthright. The ability to engage in following is the blessing, because the ability to engage in following is to always have meaning, to always have intrinsic motivation, to always have somewhere to go and to walk and to know that you will not be lost because you're following. That's why it's different than just kind of meandering or going off. Like following means there's a promise. There's something you're following. And so there's a comfort in it, and yet there's not a guarantee. Following for a human has the birthright made in the image of God to engage in following, which means you're able to live without a guarantee and have comfort. That is what the human is able to uniquely engage in, a life that has no guarantee and yet still can have confidence and comfort in that lack of guarantee, because what you are following has guaranteed that it will be there for you to follow, and that would be the logos. This unique ability to not have a guarantee and yet find comfort in that lack of a guarantee, which would be the lack of an idol, and to know that you don't need an idol, you don't need to know what follows to keep following, because you trust the one that of whom you are following, ergo the logos.
When St. Paul talks about ceaseless prayer, it strikes me that the result, if any, from a worlding forth of a phenomenology of the situation would be ceaseless prayer. It would not be a system. I spent 20 years, i.e. Spinoza, viz. Spinoza, and after these 20 years, I have the ethics. See for yourself. I will walk away. Go staircase, QED after staircase, QED on up. You will see everything is there. Depression is there. Every whim and mood, and it's all there in straight lines. We wouldn't have that, but we would have what is not the love of wisdom. We would have wisdom we would not have the love of wisdom after thoroughly being philosophic. We would have the truth in love. Right? Now, it then that helps me, because it seems that as a Christian, I would want to be a Christian, and that would come as no surprise. And St. Paul says, pray without ceasing, and our Lord and Savior gives commands. Now, with that said, we have talked about creation, and we have talked about language as the reflection of the way in which God made creation. So without our trying to, we participate in the real. So why are we aware? Why can't we be like the angels and just do the right thing at the right time? Oh, you said go here, wait at the tomb, I'll be there. I'm not trying to mock or anything. They do it. They go one at the where his head was, one where his feet was. They're waiting there. But here I am, my spices, I'm crying, I'm not sure. I turn around, I think you're the gardener, you're the Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, I'm not sure. Then I grab you and he says, don't grab me. I've not yet ascended to my Father. These things that just, I don't seem to do it quite right. Why the awareness? Why the awareness? Now, it doesn't seem, that seems sour to me. It seems to go stale quite quick to ask why in that context. Because one, if I'm trying to be transparent to myself in this awareness, I would say to you, and I will say to you, I don't care. I don't think it would change anything for me to find out why. Or to, I doubt, one, I don't believe I will know why for any particular circumstance in which I could ask why, but also all the circumstances in which I might ask why. I don't think knowing the answer is possible for me. And two, even if I could, I don't think it would be of such a gravity that it would, as I am aware of them. In the same way that I thought reading Tolstoy would change the way I walk around and address my fellow man, but it does not. I mean, I have some images in my mind, and I can appreciate the sentences, but I don't think it's changed my awareness much at all. In fact, I don't think I've changed much in my awareness since I was, 14? It doesn't seem to me the sort of thing that has a technological extension boot Oh, you're 24. Now we get to put this thing in. Oh, now we get to update. Oh, yeah, this is going to feel great when you're 29. Whoa. Wow. World of Warcraft is different when you're 35. Awareness doesn't come across that way. It's not a stream where the second step is unimaginable from the first. It seems to be this mundane thing. So why do I have it? Because it's mundane, because it's a mixed metaphor. She's in there, she's crying, she has the spices, she's talking to angels like it's nobody's business. And then she turns around and sees a person, says, that's a gardener. That's a mixed, you see what I'm trying to say? That's a mixed metaphor perception in and of itself in less than 10 sentences. So if it's that wonderful, it's also that mundane, to mix the metaphor. And so I don't think there could be a why that would stand up to that and move it around in an arm wrestling fashion. So if I have it and I'm not really supposed to ask why, then maybe I'm just supposed to have it. This brings us to maybe why in the biblical stories we have families. We don't have superheroes flying from planet to planet. We have families. We're quite mundane, right? We wake up, we cook, we have so many experiences. We pretty much reenact every single novel ever written as a family. Every day. It's stupefyingly complex, all the things that happen in a family. It's a fire that no one can put their hand in. Immediately they burn. It's too much all at once. And that's a mixing of the metaphor. It's mundane and the highest. And so there's no way to figure out why. So in the same way that creation and language are mirrors, I see the family of awareness. The qualities of awareness, to my mind, are analogous to the qualities of family or community, if you will. So then when we find Jacob and Esau, we find a story of awareness coming to us, coming to. Jacob hung out by the tent. He did not go far. That is the description of him. Until he went far because he was forced to, right? He's kicked out. His mother said, go before you're killed. But if she wouldn't have said that, he would have hung around, it seems. It was probable. Whereas Esau, he liked to go kill animals. He went out, periphery, edge, wilderness. And then he came back and he brought the animals back dead. Very impressive. And it also says, as a telling detail, he went and married strange women from other tribes. Multiple, 2 of them, I think. And it was bothering his mother. He's bringing all these women. He's marrying out of the, right? And he loses everything. But parallel to him losing everything, he already tends to go out. His awareness is, I'm going to judge myself. I'm going to do what I want. This fiction. The prodigal son, the 2 brothers, the one goes, so he's Esau, right? But then he returns, so he's Isaac, right? The other brother who stayed, so he's Isaac, right? He would not enter the house. Oh, so he's Esau.
Excellent.
This creation, language, family, awareness. In language, we have speech acts. I like that philosopher, Searle, who talks about speech acts. So awareness, speech acts, and creation is, as you said it so well, more than coherence. It's good. The good speech acts and awareness. One last thing. and then I give it back to you. I would like us to go back and forth a little while on the part in Matthew's gospel where Jesus talks about fasting and praying. And he does those two things before he talks about the heart being where the treasure is. And I don't think that order is consequential. He doesn't come at us like a philosopher. Hey, here's what I want to talk about. The heart. Spinoza, I want to talk about substance. He does want to talk about the heart, it seems. But how does he take us there? Right? How does he let us follow him there? He does it through prayer and fasting. And he doesn't say prayer and fasting, period. He gives us, with those commands, a certain type, a typology, a space of awareness where we can be or where we might not be. But it's the space nonetheless articulated by the Logos. But before we go into that, your responses.
Wonderful. The connection of Esau and Jacob with the prodigal son is magnificent. And it also just shows as Jesus throws a curveball. Like, oh, you know how the story goes? Hey, you know, it might be a little different. So be aware, pay attention, because things can change. I think also you're pointing at something very important. You know, go up into your room, shut the door. Don't make people know you've been fasting. You know, here's the prayer, the Lord's Prayer. You know, do not put your, and it's very interesting. Like, hey, where your treasure is, so your heart will also be. So don't put it where thieves can break down and, you know, moths can and rust can consume. There's something that's suggesting there is a certain conditioning of the body that is required for you to even begin talking about the heart. And we don't even tend to, but because we have this kind of mind-body split, that also, I think, leads to a heart-body split. And we don't think about certain conditionings of the body as needed before we can begin thinking about the location of the heart. But it would show that God cares about all creation. I think it's also very interesting that you have this idea that if the eye is unhealthy, if the eye is healthy, the whole body is full of light. If it's unhealthy, it's full of darkness. And it's interesting because that's the suggestion is where your treasure is, that's where your heart be, and that's where you're going to look. And that's going to determine the health of your body. Oh, and by the way, do not worry about your life, what you will eat, what you will drink. So this is all, you know, look at the birds of the air, obviously, the lilies of the field. You know, seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added unto you. And one of the things that I think has hurt some readings of the Bible is actually the chapter and verse divisions, because it can make it feel like a bunch of unrelating aphorisms. And I'm not saying these things don't have a place, but it seems to all be and then afterwards he's like, hey, by the way, don't judge. Like the beginning of chapter 7, hey, don't judge. As in, oh, if you see someone who looks like they don't care about clothing and food and all that, hey, buddy, don't judge, because they may actually be putting their treasure in the right place where thieves do not break in and steal, and their whole body is full of light. Actually, so you see all of Matthew, you know, just to touch on 6 and 7, they're in conversation with one another. And it seems to be what's very interesting is Matthew 6 is not just like, hey, believe these things. No, it's do these things, you know. Yes. And one of the things that's really important is you are what you do, not what you believe. Like you can believe a lot of things, but if you don't do them, you know, belief has such a manifest. And what it would suggest is like, if your treasure really is in heaven, and if your heart's really there, well, then fasting and prayer will be things of which you will do to make sure you are conditioned toward those things. Because the other thing too, what's always very interesting is we always have to remember, and then I want to touch on the awareness, because I think this is a huge deal. And you brought up angels, and I think angels may actually help point to this issue of the apophatic. If we take angels as minds without bodies, because like, Aquinas says that, because then the question is, a question I have that we'll explore, but I'll come back to it is, do angels experience time like human beings? What is the experience of time by angels versus humans? Because that may help us locate something apophatic. But first, we got to remember, like back then, if you were rich, like the rich man, camel, eye of the needle, whatever, you were probably someone who either inherited the wealth
you had status. There really weren't entrepreneurs like, capitalism today. You didn't have like Rockefeller. A rich man was probably someone who had status. They had a plan. They had acknowledgement. So when Jesus is saying you got to give up your wealth, that's not merely saying you have to give up your money. Of course, that would be part of it, but you have to basically leave your status, leave the structures that you're intelligible to, leave your positioning in the society and follow me. Like, there's something, in all honesty, I think sometimes we can be at risk to emphasize wealth as the problem versus security, because there are a lot of middle-class people who are secure, and that seems to be very dangerous for the soul, that actually their heart is in their security. And they go, but I'm not wealthy. I'm not Elon Musk. Yes, but actually, if you had a lot of money and weren't secure in the sense of you ceased relying on Jesus, that's a different kind of category of thought. Plan, security, all of these things can lead to what? Affliction. Lead to this structure of you don't have to think outside yourself because you have everything you need. You have the status, you have the wealth. And so it might be sometimes easier to say it's easier for it's easier for a camel to get through the eye of the needle than it is to get a secure man to get into heaven. Because security is where the soul seems to die. Because what? Security is certainty. Security is the economic form of certainty. Now, what's curious is we have to figure out how to be not careless. But once you remove possibility because you're secure and there's no risk, then you've created what? An internally consistent system that traps you. And so really, we have to be very careful. These are all the fine distinctions. We have to be very careful to really emphasize that being wealthy is the problem, because then that makes all the rich people, they're going to hell. I'm just a middle-class person, and I've got a Roth IRA and I'm really secure, but I'm not rich, so I'm not at risk. And I'm not trying to make like these people going to heaven, these going to hell kind of thing. I'm just saying that we've got to be very careful to not understand the danger of security, which is what Matthew 6 is screaming all about. Like, that makes so much more sense if we understand that security is why riches in that context can be a problem. Because I promise you, the rich man that Jesus is talking to, he's way poorer than about every single American alive today. Every single American alive today has more air conditioning, more salt, more laptop, more things than that individual did. And so we just got to be careful. Now, again, I'm not saying that there are not forms of security that are bad, but security is what? It's fire. It's the same thing. It's like, how do I avoid being careless, but not fall into a security that makes me complacent and empty? And I think but guess what? Fasting, this is why fasting is so fascinating, because if fasting is important, then that draws into question if it's good to always have food. It actually draws into question security as a whole, because you're like, wait, I'm supposed to engage in practices where I don't eat and I suffer and I feel bad. Why? I'm not rich, Jesus. I'm not rich. It's like, well, you're secure. Well, you haven't felt lack. You haven't engaged in a practice that reminds your body to be conditioned to remind yourself of something that is beyond that security. Like, the very emphasis on fasting kind of throws a curveball or makes you question security. And that's actually really good, because then it reminds you not to place your treasure in security, because that's where your heart will also be. You have to place your treasure in what God is doing, who you are following. The problem with security is that you know what follows. If you're secure, you always know what follows because you've got that taken care of. Well, now you might be in idolatry. So I just like to place the emphasis sometimes on security versus riches, even though, of course, riches can be there. You see how wealth destroys people. It's like, it's funny, when Aquinas and somewhere in the, where he's talking about, hey, why is it that Jesus, like, these evil people are wealthy? Like, didn't God said he's going to bless the poor? Like, what's going on? And Aquinas is like, are you so sure that wealth actually isn't a curse? Because look what wealth does to people. It like ruins them. It makes them, wealth can be a curse. So don't be so quick to assume that just because someone makes a lot of money, that means they're doing that God is actually giving them a blessing. It could be a curse. So it all has to be complexified. But the point is that security, which I think Matthew 6 and 7, all of these things can be warning against, a lot is socioeconomically as dangerous as certainty is in epistemology. And of course, security in socioeconomics then leads to an ontology per se, a way of life that maintains that security. And so then you stop being what? Creative. You stop creating because creating would risk the security. It would be something new. And everything that is new would risk the thing that is secure. And so I think fasting and also the ceaseless prayer, security makes you think you don't need to pray. It's like you never find an atheist in a foxhole, right? Like whenever there's a risk, people are praying. Well, you may never find a Christian in a secure place then. If a foxhole is where you never find an atheist, then a secure place may be where you never find a theist if you're not careful, right? Well, if you have the ceaseless praying, like if you're ceaselessly praying, then you're not letting yourself settle. You're also engaged in it's kind of like also it's the thing thought must always be thinking. Prayer must always be praying. World must always be world-ing. It's all about this ing. You must be ceaselessly inging to make sure you don't give up your birthright and blessing. Like your birthright is in the inging. And the funny thing is the inging is found in the Antiphor versus the metaphor. The inging is again, something new, again. And the redoing of the ing then makes the ing become a creative force. But if you're secure, you lose reason to ing unless you can engage in ceaseless prayer, unless you engage in a little fasting here and there, unless you stop worrying. Because worrying then leads you into affliction of that very security. And this is where, for Ivan Illich, there must be a very hard distinction between planning and being prepared, where Jesus would have us be prepared. He'd have us prepared to have the money to help the guy on the side of the road. The Good Samaritan has the wealth to put him in the hotel. He'd have us be prepared for these things, but not use our wealth to plan the future, which would then lead us to actually intentionally not being prepared to see the guy who needs us because the plan has created a state of affliction that keeps us saving our security because we've been taught that's practical and that's what you should do. And so we end up not being prepared from the guy on the side of the road because we've also lost the ability to give attention to the world outside of ourselves to see the guy on the side of the road. I said a lot there. I have things to say also about angels, but I will give it back to you.
What you said about wealth and security, I thought was a brilliant way of bringing out the mixed metaphoricality of where we stand. And with that, transcending or flying above that lost and low-hanging fruit of distinction, certainty and uncertainty, we have this thing. We have mixing and mixing. Like you said, with rock climbing and rock climbing. Forgive me for the speculation, but if all things are good that God has made, and God has made all good things, and saw that they were good, I think that is key here as well, because not only did it say they are good, it said God saw them and said they were good. Antiphor. If all we had in Genesis was the stars came together and we had the moon for the lesser light and they were good, that is a Beckett, Samuel Beckett elision, even if we do not see the ... Because there is something transpiring that is not said between the lesser light of the moon and the stars gathered, and it was good. We need to fill that in if we are to make sense of it was good. And so with the vacuum, you could fill it with the spurious infinity. Commenters, debating with commenters, needing one another to build each other's status of sophistry. Intellectual wealth, which then, of course, becomes political domains and ways of doing things. Oh, you didn't know? You didn't read the memo? But we have God saw that it was good. So again, if we have to enter each word, as Saint Theophan the Recluse said, it is given to us there to see it, that God saw it was good. And so we have reality, and it should come as no surprise. So with that said, what of this mixing? Why mix? We should be suspect. Because when you mix things, you lose their, they're there. The THERE of it, the thing. When it's now mixed, it's no longer there. Oil and water, they put up a fight to be there, and they're there. But you can still stir it up, and then the theirs are gone for a while. And oh my goodness, when you introduce heat to things, the mixing is off the charts. You begin to lose all sense of particularity. However, we make wine. Wine was at the wedding of Cana. We make bread. We make garments. Do shirts exist? Really, a shirt is the through line of all the fabrics, which are really twine or tinsel or cotton that has been turned. But we're not seeing the cotton because of all the mixing of all these techniques that make the cotton disappear from the there. But really, it's cotton or polyester. But I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. I'm seeing and not seeing. So this question of mixing, when is it good? When is it not good? Notice I did not say bad, but when is it not good? And what is the status of not good? Is not good evil, or is not good yet? Right? These things if we paid attention to as if they were real, we would give ourselves the luxury of time to live through them. And in a certain respect, we have no choice. Adam had to live through the it is not good until he was presented with Eve. Was he in evil? Was he in bad? Do we know his phenomenology? Do we know his mood? Not really. So what is a not good? Maybe that is a good question. Mixing. Mixing.
Well, first, wonderful. And it's interesting because on the question, like, do shirts exist? The question would be, according to what scope? You know, according to my experience, atoms or whatever. But the moment you do that, well, then I can't be secure because there are different scopes. What? So we don't ask that. We want to believe there's a universal grammar, a universal scope, and ask if things exist according to that. And we've chosen things, which is idolatry. So we've created an idolatrous universal scope by which to ask about existence. And as a result, we've redefined most real existence according to something idolatrous that then is its own ground. And then we don't have to tarry with, or then we can predict everything, we can plan everything out. And so we've lost the human, because if the human is in fact a being that is best in following, then a world of which reifies any kind of planning is dehumanizing. And Ivan Illich would say we live in a disabling society. Security, certainty, planning, A is A, all universal scopes, all of these lead to a disabled human being. And a disabled human being is incapable of following, only asking what follows. And that, of course, leads to all sorts of pathologies, I think, and it's quite problematic. I also agree that basically the academic world of citations and references and back and forth is just a form of security. I know you're smart because you've been cited in journals. I know that, you know, you're capable because you have a certain name, a certain title, and we've gone back and forth. And so it's all security creation. It's all actually using thought to do the opposite of thought, because thought is meant to engage in following, and we're engaging in basically what a citation or a title is to say, you know what follows. What follows is smart. You don't actually have to hear what the guy says. You know he has a PhD, you know he's a doctor, you know he's been a theology professor. So you actually don't have to follow his argument at all. And most of the time, people don't. They hear the presentation, they don't know what's being said, but they know it's smart. Maybe it's not. But what it does is it creates a certain complacency because the academic knows they're secure. They have the title. So even if their work doesn't follow anything, since people know what follows because of the title before they engage in the work, it creates a affliction, a self-confirming, internally consistent system of academia, as opposed to thought as a following down this path of the logos. And I think that's been very consequential.
Well, I think with that, you put your finger on how the internally consistent system that may seduce someone and then trap someone has its demands for support. It has no ears to hear. It will not applaud you when you do something well. And yet, in order for this facade to seem real, it needs support. And not only that, it will seem in my awareness that I'm giving, it demands support into this loop of I decrease as it increases. So it should come as no surprise. I know I say this often in this video, but I'm playing with that phenomenologically, that also in the Testament, we have the construction of the temple. Why wouldn't we? The making of home, the making of the world in the world. Of course. It shouldn't surprise us, and yet we should stop and see, oh, the people of God built the tabernacle according to heaven and made it themselves, according to what each man had in his heart and the wisdom of his hands. And they deconstructed it, and they reconstructed it, and they carried it, and they moved on, and they traveled with it, and it traveled with them. Oh. Internally consistent systems. The tabernacle, the internally consistent system of the world, which is an internally consistent system, although those two things are not, because both things were made, both things are creations, both things God made. And so in a sense, yes, they are internally consistent, but also the paradox remains of the inside is the outside and the outside is the inside there, because the tabernacle is the world, and the world houses the tabernacle that houses the world. And in the Holy of Holies, we know the Theotokos, where Christ came from, the incarnation. It should come as no surprise the New Testament follows the Old. And both are described as wine. So it's not meant that, oh, now I see, and now I'll step back and I'll see even better. These are things, whether or not we give our awareness to them, we endure them, we endure them, we live through them. I might not be conscious of the tabernacle, but I have a tabernacle. Maybe it's not the tabernacle I want to be carrying around, deconstructing and reconstructing. And so it's Egypt to me. I need to leave Egypt, but I don't know how. So I can't. So God will have to take me out. And that won't happen overnight. It might. Depending on if it's the night of Passover and that's when I become aware, it could happen. Maybe I will be prepared by becoming aware of my need years before I am aware of Passover. Maybe that's how I have to be prepared, because it doesn't because this doesn't happen outside the world. There's not an instant outside the world. The instant happens in the world that houses the instant. So there's an approach. Where I go, the priest doesn't read from the gospel. He has to first walk out, process with the Bible, lift it, so it becomes a focal point of attention. Something is chanted and hymned. And then there's movement, gestures made. And then it is read. Because it's not an equal sign. The gestures and then the reading, well, they're the same thing. Because the reading, what's in the book is the real, sola scriptura. That's the tabernacle. And really, that's the tabernacle. There's nothing outside the tabernacle. So why the procession? Let's get rid of it. Let's be iconoclasts. That's the equal sign, playing itself out politically in time and space. But if we see that, oh, there's a tabernacle in a tabernacle, then of course you have the procession. You have the lifting up as focal point of attention exalted above the head, and then you have the opening in the reading. Because those things cannot be dissevered from one another. It's not just the words. The words are happening in a participated behavior, ritual, construction. And even our conversation is happening that way. This is happening in the midst of our friendship that is ongoing and being constructed. And while it's being constructed, it's also being deconstructed, maybe hyper-reflectively. So we have creation, and we have the tabernacle, and we have the leaving of Egypt. These things pop up, do they not? Because the image that comes to mind, lastly, on my side, is a door is a flame, a fire. Because when you engage a door, you're putting your hand to the knob and turning, and suddenly now your hand is not quite yours for a split second. It is the opening of the door thing, or enabler of the opening of the door. And the moment that door is opening, the moment that door is dooring, that flame is being strengthened in such a way, and I think this is part of the metaphor that gives us a sense of the Antiphor at all times. When that fire is burning, beware everything around it. Because if it mixes, it does not mix. This is important. Oh, fire will mix. No, you won't. You'll be burned. That is the not mixing. The moment the door is engaged, it's not a window. It's not a 2x4. It's not an angel. It's not the Sears Tower. It's not my DNA sequence. And so it becomes a fire burning everything else. It's not anything else. Nothing can enter into it as it's being the door. And as the door is, in other words, being manifested as, enlightening. I am seeing the door. I'm opening the door. My opening of the door is shedding light on the door as door, so I'm seeing the door when I open the door, because I truly am dooring myself. I am walking through the door as if I was the door, right? You're trading places with the door as you walk through a door. You really are. It's not a metaphor. That's what a door is. That's what a door does. It allows you to take its place so that now you can mix with what was on its other side. Whereas before you were on the other side, now you're on the threshold side. You've mixed somehow the inside and the out. You've walked in. You have walked in the flame without being burned. But the consequence for the rest of the world, the rest of the building, is it was set on fire. It wasn't mixed. The rafters of that building in which the door lets you in are revealed as rafters because the door is revealed as the door. That differentiation is the flaming of fire that doesn't mix anything. And that not mixing is when they try, they're burned away from being mixed. So it's a weird way of speaking, I know, but that metaphor of fire brings us to the Antiphor of what things are as we engage with them, which allows us to see them for what they are, and that's the light of the fire. And that in and out brings me to why tabernacle. You go in, but now you have to go in what you never go in. The Holy of Holies, no one goes in. And that's the inside of the tabernacle, which only the priest can go in. And outside are the people of Israel who walk with it. And then outside the people of Israel, as if that was a fourth door, the Gentiles, or Egypt behind them. But could you really know that Egypt was behind you unless you had the Holy of Holies that is separated by a door where the priests go, that is separated by a door where everyone else is, that's separated now by the distance, which is a kind of door, which is a kind of fire, which is a kind of differentiation, which also is a kind of light allowing you to see creation. I'm not being able to say good and evil here, but I am being able to see. So this mixing, I think, comes up here. And again, none of that, to my mind, talks about an evidence, talks about structures of decidability or proof, schematics. I mean, I don't know how I can connect any of those other than the fact that I said them together. And I cited a participatory ritual. But what more could you ask for? What more can we expect? It has this metaleptic quality that everything I said you could transfer with Subway or my trip to Paris. And that seems to me to speak of the power of this thing, that doors are doors. Metaleptically, they're doors. The substitution, we're starting to pick up on a pattern, on a theoria. And the fact that it's not terminating in something that isn't this whirling of thought generates more confidence in me, not less, even though I'm not arriving at certainty. I'm actually arriving at less certainty. But also, as I'm arriving at less certainty, it's becoming less important. But here I think now the value of values, the family awareness comes into play. Because if I was alone with this, it would be indistinguishable from a conspiracy, a just so explanation. But if I have a mother and a father, then I have more. Then I have those things hooking up and outside, and I have insulation. And then it should come as no surprise. Oh, wow, family. Family awareness. Yeah, that does exist, doesn't it? Oh, yeah. So why was philosophy trying to get me out of that for so many years? Wow. I thought that's the thing I had to do when I was thinking alone in a room. Wow. Would David Hume be proud of us? I don't know. Would he be down for this sort of phenomenology?
I think he would, my friend. So, there's what you just described.
I'm almost tempted to describe everything you said with the door, the flame, as almost like, in flame, im-dooring. There's like this im-dooring. I'm going to put it under that. One, the fact that you can im-door, because you made the point where it's like you could make this structure of mixed metaphor to make with subways and other things. Well, right there, we earlier said everything is permitted if there's no groundlessness of being, and yet something works. So you're permitted to combine doors and flames and mixing and all these, and it comes together and something happens. Well, how? The thing is, we take that if God didn't exist, everything would be permitted, kind of from Ivy-No, but let's step back and say, okay, well, let's say everything is permitted because God does exist. And that means there's actually a metastructure that lurks in the background of reality, that particular conditioning and framings of metaphors together suggests something that you could have used other metaphors to do, and yet it not be arbitrary. Everything is permitted, and yet it's not arbitrary. There's a meaning there that actually is significant, that orbiting and actually finding new ways to say it apophophically, repeating that actually brings it out more and more and more. Like the everything is permitted in the im-dooring, what you see is the ability to use language to bring things together because that's permitted, and everything is permitted not in absurdum but grace, but in actually the signing through of light, because you're under grace. Everything is permitted. Love God and do what you want, as Augustine said, because he knows that if you love God, it will change what you want to do. It will change your conditioning. Likewise, if you're following the Logos, then if you're genuinely following the Logos, then combine whatever language and metaphors you want, and it will point to the Logos. Because the very act of genuinely following the Logos, and thus there is a Logos in which everything is permitted because it is apophatic, and it has that quality, then if you're genuinely searching for images, you can put things together to come up with a concept of im-dooring that actually accurately points to that Logos. And the fact that you can do that under the context of everything is permitted suggests there must be a Logos that the everything is being conditioned by in its permission to better point at. And so that entire action then suggests, like, it's a meta, what you're pointing out with the im-dooring from a meta-analysis is actually the structure of dialogos, the putting together, like stuff that arises, you put it together and it points toward the following. Everything is permitted. We don't know what we're going to talk about, what we'll see. Everything is permitted, and things come together, just like the metaphor of the door, the flame, the ing. The dialogos comes together and points toward the Logos. Well, if it comes together, there must be something it comes together under, that it points to. And that then just suggests this difference between this importance of following. I think, too, im-dooring is kind of a conceptual family. like it is as an idea of family. You have these different parts, you put them together. Like if you were to see a dad, a mom, and a child on the street and you didn't know they were in a family, you would just say they were people. You literally can't see that people are part of a family if you put them in separate rooms and you didn't know who they were, right? You only see the family resemblance because you bring in the knowledge that they are in a family to the group of people. But actually, you would never know that they were members of a family with any certainty, certainly, if you didn't already know they were in a family. But when you bring them together, you go, oh, I know they're a family. Oh, what you're doing with words is you don't know there's a family resemblance. You have to find the resemblance. You have to locate the resemblance. Well, the only way to do it would pay really a close attention to this one girl and say, you know, actually her eyes kind of look like that guy's eyes over there. And he kind of talks in a way similar to her. I wonder if this is a father and daughter. Ah, phenomenology, paying attention to the landscape. Wait a minute, a door, when you actually reach and turn the handle, it's kind of like a flame. Maybe there's something about doors and flames that have some sort of connection. Maybe the nature of reality is something that has a connection between those things because they're actually participating in some sort of creation in which there are relations between those things. That's why we can make intelligibility out of them, even though we mix them. And this actually then, in the act of language, I think points toward the kind of arc of the Bible. And what I mean by that, what's so interesting is in the Torah, there's this emphasis of don't sleep with those foreign women. Don't mix the threads in the cloth. Don't eat this food. There's a whole lot of don't mix, don't mix, don't mix. You said it so well. The reason we don't mix is so that there is a Jewish people that can mix with other people and still be Jewish. This is the key. If you don't do these things, when you mix with the other people, you'll become like them, so there's no mixing. You must engage in practices and rituals that make you stand out so that you can stand in as distinct. This is the thing. Like what we've tried to do, you could argue under like techno-capitalism, is just like, let's have pluralism and mix people together, but we actually make them all the same under modern capitalism. And so there is no pluralism. The Bible is speaking to that problem we have today, actually, and that by not addressing, you unfortunately have reactions of like Dugin and Russia and different things, and it's a different subject. But the failure to have true pluralism has led, we talk like we like diversity today, but we actually don't. We make everyone basically the same under an ethnos of techno-capitalism. Now, I'm not trying to say capitalism is bad. We can talk Heichmann, all these different, I'm just making a point that a lot of what we call diversity today is not diversity. What the Bible is showing you is that if you want true diversity, you have to learn to be apart so that when you go amiss, you stay who you are, and thus there's real mixing. And that's also the critical arc of the movement from the Torah to the gospel, because in the Torah, you can say God is making a people. And then in the gospel, he's made them so well that he can send them out and they'll stay themselves. Thus, true mixing is possible. Well, likewise, you do philosophy. You do it as this kind of separate thing. You've gone through a historic period where you had, okay, let's do the Descartes. Let's do the subject-object divide. Let's talk about philosophy as a separate act. Okay, we went through that. Well, it's time to move now. It's time to take philosophy and mix it with ordinary everyday life, and it still be philosophy. Here's the issue. The reason why a lot of classical philosophy has proven problematic is because when you bring it in the world, it ceases to be philosophy. It just becomes neo-pragmatism, right? It just becomes ordinary language. The true philosophy is the one that when you put it amiss, it stays itself. And actually, it's quite comfortable with everyday language and laymen and people who are not intellectuals. The Counter-Enlightenment, the David Hume, I'll throw in Hegel, like Malebranche, a lot of the theologians, they're all philosophers and theologians that you can take out of the office and you can put them in the midst of people. And the philosophy works is just as well. A lot of them are in phenomenology, right? So the philosophy today that we should focus on from the past is the philosophy that you can mix with everyday life and it stay itself, and thus there's true mixing. And the only philosophy that's worth its salt is the philosophy that it can engage in true mixing. In the same way that the only religion, of course, is the religion you can move into the world and it stay itself and it stays faithful. But then when Jesus is like, but remember to fast, remember to pray, because nobody who's religious thinks they can't mix. So always have that self-skeptical to remind yourself if you're actually maintaining a difference so that mixture is possible. Basically, what it all means is that if you want true diversity and pluralism, you have to engage in something like this. You have to engage in practices that make you a people a person who is different, but do it in such a way that is not contingent on isolationism to maintain that identity, because the beauty comes out in the mixing, because the mixing is where you have the possibility of the beauty of a conceptual frame like indooring. Likewise, God wants to make a people that can, in their personhood and in their identity, be like enduring as a conceptual framework, a parallel in the kind of people we are, because we see thought is at its best when it is so following. Likewise, we are at our best when true mixture is possible, but that's only possible with confident identity. And in fact, it is not by, you're saying the more you don't know, the more you build confident. That's exactly the case, because certainty is fragile. Certainty, it takes a single doubt to lose certainty. You can have a million doubts and still be confident. And so likewise, when your goal is certainty, or to maintain your integrity, well, then you can never interact. You're actually quite fragile. But actually, when you're confident and you've done the work to be your own person, then you can go out and true mixing occurred, because you're staying the same. Everyone else is different. And now there's a true family. There's a family, not a blob. You know, a blob is when mixing, a blob is when there is no mixing. There's just blurring in a sense. It's like the difference between like meta and mystery. You could almost say like blurring and mixing, but you have to build confidence. And the thing is, where there is an emphasis on certainty and planning, there will be no mixing. There will be no diversity. There will be no pluralism, because it will be too fragile. It'll be too fragile. The moment you try to mix it, it will all break. It won't occur. People will hear the combining of door and flame and say, I have no idea what you're talking about. They can't fit it in their framework, because their framework is too rigid to be open to the possibility of following the mixing to the logos that it is pointing. So when you, though, are able to mix, because you have a confidence in yourself, you likewise with ideas can mix them and have them lead you toward the logos in its own way, as opposed to rely on certainty in academic conferences, certainty in citations, plans of what you're going to write next year, plans of what you're going to talk about. No, a true dialogos conversation entails mixing. You have no idea what you're going to say, but everyone's confident that we're going to say something and follow where it goes. Well, now mixing can occur. Now cipher can occur. Now dialogos can occur. Now the emergence can occur. Now the enduring can occur. And Ivan Illich was very aware that all technology is an extension of the human if we touch a door or flame. And the question is, how do we make sure our technologies extend humanity versus replace humanity? Well, the way we do that is to make sure a door is always a flame to us, not just a door. And yet it's a flame to us because it is just a door, and it can mix with the flame because we take it seriously in its particularity. And we see how a door in being a door is like a flame in being a flame. This is the key. The door doesn't equal the flame. You pay enough attention to the door to see that in the way that it operates in the landscape of reality has allegory, parallelism, likeness to the operations of a flame. And so you can say a door is a flame, not because you're making them equal, but because you see them participating in reality in a similar way. And you also then realize you are the kind of subject who is capable of seeing reality participate in one another in a similar way, because you followed the logos to be such. And so then you would hope to engage in further following to further be such.
In one sense, it seems to me, if all art aspires to the condition of music, then awareness, as we've tricked it out phenomenologically or decked it out phenomenologically, would aspire to the condition of onomatopoeia, where it shows you what it is doing as it is doing it. And in doing that, there is no prediction or source material. Because either one of those routes, oh, I can tell what you're going to say next, so stop, and I will infer, and we'll get there faster. Oh, thank you, ChatGPT. Write the essay that at my age I should be able to write, but my K through 12 failed me. So write it as if I wrote it, and let us do justice to the just so. And it writes it after I say some words. That is what follows. But that is predictive capacity. It has nothing to do with onomatopoeia. It has nothing to do with showing your hand. Whereas source material also, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I see where you got that from. I see what you're doing there. I hear the reference. Oh, I get the illusion, Mr. T.S. Eliot, Wasteland. I can put it all together. Stop. Let me open the door of what you're saying and walk past you, back into the past, to see the modern infrastructure underneath the hood of it all. Thank you, Mr. Joyce, for talking about the Trojan War and Ulysses. Stop talking, Joyce. I don't want your onomatopoeia. I don't want to know what you're doing with English language with respect to Catholicism and the history of Ireland. Stop it. I'm going to go through you to Ulysses and do my classical studies now. Thank you very much. Because we know what this all boils down to, classical studies education. These forms of reduction are missing onomatopoeia. They're not showing their hand. They believe that the hand is there to conceal what? The deck? The hand is here for the deck. So get away, hand. Let me go to the deck. Well, what are you going to pick it up with? You're not going to be able to pick it up. So you've done violence. And where am I going with that? The onomatopoeia here. So not using the equal sign is onomatopoeia. What you said about our global world, I thought was on the nose and good. With the lack of diversity, the FAU X diversity, the false diversity, is everyone is the same. Of course, not everyone is the same. So this sameness is a veneer of commodities. And this is, again, why I would say shirts do not exist. Because when I go to Walmart and when I go to a place and buy a shirt, I am foregoing, I am accepting the opportunity cost of embedding and interweaving my tradition into the very thing I wear out in public. And it's harmless. It's $12 and you're busy working. You don't have time to make a shirt. Okay. Sipping my soup. Okay. I don't have real time to make a shirt. Okay. I don't have real time to interweave. Don't do the fabric this way because then you're a Gentile. You got to do the fabric this way. Oh, okay. Or to speak as a Gentile, because I am a Gentile. You wear collared shirts, Matt, because it's whatever. Your grandpa did it. Oh, okay. Well, why did grandpa do it? Because there was a Walmart next door. Oh, okay. See but really, if we could go back a few stages, I had this great uncle who was a locksmith and all his clothes were filled with oil and stuff from the iron. So he looked hobo-ish and he needed many layers. So he would pick up anything that was lying around. Well, that's something, isn't it? Still, though, it's sort of mixed and sort of just so. Why was he a locksmith? The work he could find. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a family tradition. We're a bunch of mixed people from Europe. It's quite a marvelous thing to be a distinct people, isn't it? Wow. That's an accomplishment from heaven, right? I can start to see now, it comes as no surprise that the people of God, and I come to the Theotokos now, and how that took so long, and there were so many commandments, coming down to how you would eat and what you would not eat. And all of these decision marks were ways of saying, don't go to the globalist market. Stop, don't go there. Don't do it. With everything you quickly buy, you're giving up a generation of distinctness. There'll be more and more, they're all wearing Nike. That's a pagan god. They're all wearing it. Well, how can we go? We can't go back. I don't know how to go back. That's far away from me. I wouldn't know where to begin. Nobody knows how to make it. Oh, man. Wow, it's a loss. And So shirts do not exist, shoes do not exist. The athletic wear is a trope. And all of these things mask a globalist scheme to make us the same falsely. Now, again, I don't want to sound conspiratorial, but I do want to emphasize how marvelous it is that there are peoples. And I think too, historically, we're finding that nationalisms, and I'm not saying good or bad or any of this, but the rhetoric is now starting to be, oh, what is a nation? Why do we need nations? Why do we need doors in the north and south? Why do we need ports? What's that for? Right? What's a police? You know, what is pride in it? What is the ground? What is soil? All this stuff. Okay. But the problem is when we buy shirts, again, I'm using it as a meme. How can we engage in a discussion of nation realistically? It doesn't seem to mean anything when we're all wearing shirts and wearing shoes. Talking about nation. Help me out here, because I'm starting to, I think, talk in loops.
No, I think everything you're saying is so critical. I love this idea that the shirt doesn't exist. And Ivan Illich, basically in this insanely important book called The Right to Useful Employment, basically says that the man who gets the skills to build his own house is seen as a deviant and irrational and even like prideful, because you could hire a professional. Like, why are you doing it itself? And what Illich is getting at is you have an ethos that basically means you should never get your own skills. And that means human beings are trained to be disabled, to not have any ability. And I would actually argue that's one of the main reasons people have this meaning crisis that people talk about, is they feel incapable. Like, I do think it's important to realize that a lot of people, and I'm not critiquing the meaning crisis language, because I think that's been a very important conversation, but we should also note that a lot of people who feel like their life doesn't have meaning actually claim to believe in God. Well, that doesn't make sense, because they believe in God, and yet they say life doesn't have meaning. Well, that would suggest that a reason why people don't feel like their life has meaning is because they're incapable. They feel powerless. Actually, a lot of people that feel like their life is meaningless, it's not because they don't think there's meaning, it's because they don't have the ability to do the thing they think is meaningful. They don't have ability. And what Ivan Illich is saying, well, of course they don't, because you have the ethos of getting, like, if you do a hobby that you're not being paid for, why are you doing that? You're crazy. Like, any use of time that is not confirmed by wage labor or the professional class or the expert becomes deviant. And so the entire populace becomes basically powerless, and their identity and culture and all of that then is determined by what? The market, the capital class, the expert class. And so there's no diversity at all, because diversity would require a abled people. And so it's really, so then what would follow from this, using what you were saying, is a world of disabled people is a world where nothing exists. Well, then, of course, nihilism, bad nihilism is what follows. Like, nothing matters. Yeah, nothing exists. So, and it's very interesting. I think you're 100% correct, where people relate to a shirt their grandfather made by hand differently than one they bought from the store. The shirt that was made by hand is what? More meaningful. So a world in which nothing exists becomes a world that has a what? A meaning crisis. It's like a market crisis. What's a market crisis? It's when all the stocks have gone down, you've lost all the value. We have a meaning crisis because everything's lost meaning. All the meaning's lost value. There are no shirts made by hand. It's like the meaning market is down per se. Well, yeah, because nobody makes things. Nobody has skills. And in fact, you're a deviant if you do. And I think this connects. And actually, it points to the ritual point, and it points to fasting and prayer, because fasting and prayer are what are meaningless. You're not making money to pray. You're not getting a professional to it, but it is an action outside market forces. And if you shut the door, you're praying outside the church forces, even institutional forces, of which then you're making space in your life for something that cannot be fully understood by the principalities, systems, or institutions of the world. And that would be a hobby has that structure, a task you're not getting paid to do. All of these things, the only reason you do it is you say there is value in the doing it for the doing its sake.
Likewise, there is value in the fasting for the fasting's sake because God told me to, and it's going to open me up to things that I cannot plan for ahead of time. But if I do it, I'll be better at following the something, the logos. Likewise, Ivan Illich is adamant that if human beings in their free time only engage in consumption, they will be incapable of following the logos in this sense. He's very Christian. He's like, we will have an unchristian world because to be Christian, you have to do things that are outside market understanding, political understanding, system understanding. And that would be like developing skills and abilities of which no one but yourself would value. But literally, he's like, learning how to make a shirt could be an act of prayer. Like literally learning that skill in a world where you never make money off of it can be one of the most religious things you ever do and point you toward God. Well, likewise, you were talking about the rituals with the Bible. The rituals are so important because they're non-rational, non-computable, and because they seem absurd. It's precisely because they seem absurd. Go, these are stupid. We don't need to do them. Unless there's something more to reality that these are participating in, which there's reason to think precisely because they're absurd and I don't understand them. The problem is when you cut straight to the Bible, well, the Bible's pretty like not absurd. Here's words on a page. It's a book. I can read it. It doesn't have any crazy non-rational ritual around it, like learning to make shirts in a world where you can buy shirts. So when you had Protestants that say, well, all we need is the Bible, the problem is by removing it from the ritual, you remove from it the non-rational practice, the non-intelligible practice that then pointed to the world beyond the world, just like fasting and prayer, just like making shirts when you can buy shirts. And so the Bible becomes what? A thing. It just becomes a thing. It becomes a book. And now the Bible itself is an idol. That's one of the greatest demonic accomplishments, I fear, is like, you know, if you can turn the Bible into an idol, wow, that's a heck of a move. And I'm afraid that occurs when you remove the Bible from the ritual. Now, there's truth to the authority of the Bible and the word and all of that. But even religious things like the Bible have the risk of becoming an idol. And they are greatly more likely to do that if they are separated from the ritual, of which in a sense you're pretty logical to erase because it is kind of irrational, right? No. It's non-rational. It is a reminder of pointing. And the reason the non-rational is so important, you were talking earlier about the internal consistency within the internal consistency. So in engaging in non-rationality, what you're doing is you're opening your internal consistency into a open consistency. It's open. And it finds its internal consistency then in the world beyond the world, in God, and thus it is harmony. We must negate, sublate, finite internal consistency with reminders of the infinite and have our consistency come from the infinite, if you will, which is found in the finite. I'm not trying to be a dualism here, but that then transforms consistency via negation, sublation into harmony. I like to refer it as harmony. When you find your new sort of placement with the love that moves the sun and other stars, the rose that is one with the flames, and it's like music then, right? So the issue is that we as finite beings are always at risk at falling into internal consistencies instead of finding our harmony, which is like consistency but something more, by having an openness, thus opening our affliction into attention to God, and therefore there's a creative element that keeps the consistency from becoming a stagnant thing. And thus we are always in harmony with something that's keeping it alive. And likewise, you have to keep the Bible, this is the key, the Bible itself has to be constantly in contact with something beyond itself to stay alive. That's what the ritual can do. That's what these practices can do. There's something that doesn't make sense. Exactly. And yet it actually is meaningful from the perspective of what God is doing. And thus you have this openness, you keeping it open so the Bible does not then become a magic spell book, because that's the risk. It can become a kind of magic spell book that's then no better than a conspiracy book, right? Well, if you have the reminder, and I'm not saying a Protestant can't have that reminder, but the risk is if you throw out the rituals and all the things that have this non-rational function, you are very prone to falling into affliction. I'd be curious what comes up for you.
Use your word scope. The scope of a thing shows you its hand. It tells you what it is going to do. And if you want to buckle up and go for a ride with it, I am to blame for where the car ends up. It showed me its hand. Scopes do that. This book, if you take this book and if you walk away with this book, and if you devote your attention to this book will make you a lawyer. I'm not saying that's bad, but that's what it offers you. It's showing you that. Well, you have to know this page and you have to know that page. You might as well memorize it. And then you should know how they relate. And then you should know what other people will say about it who haven't memorized it, so that you can disabuse them of their ignorance. And then you'll probably wonder, well, how does this apply? So we got to figure out ways that it applies to every nook and cranny of possible misinterpretation, because that now is an issue, because if this book is something you're devoted to, then everything that is not this book, why isn't it this book? Why are the rafters not the door? It must all be about the book. They just don't know it yet. They don't know it. Now I have to figure out a way to make them know winsomely. Or I need to do it like I got to give the hard truth, hard saying, hard. Wow, I'm even doing it the anvil with my, wow, I've become precisely what the book, qua book, framed me to be, a lawyer. Can I blame the book? It told me what it was doing, like an onomatopoeia. It was telling me everything. But I wasn't listening, even though I was hearing it syllable by syllable. I wasn't listening to what it was telling me. I thought it was telling me, God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son, that whoever believes in him, so everybody should believe in him. Everybody stop what you're doing right now and believe in him. What are you doing? But that's what it says. But I wasn't listening. Because look at what I'm becoming. I'm becoming this angry person that's frustrated with the fact that people are doing anything other than what I'm doing right now. Ugh. Don't they know they're breaking the law? I mean,
oh yeah.
So scopes show us their hand, and therefore we ought not to judge the scope. We should accuse ourselves. And I think accusing oneself, this touches on the phenomenology again, is not the same thing as feeling guilty. Because guilt can be manipulated. As emotions can be manipulated. Guilt might only be as strong as your mood at the moment. So why? And we're not talking about legal guilt here, because again, that's to go back to the book, qua book, which is now suspicious of the rafters. So not guilt per se, but awareness of, oh, that's on me. Ooh, I did something. Ooh. Who should I talk to? Should I keep talking to myself about it? That doesn't sound like a good idea. Again, scopes show us their hand. If I keep talking to myself saying I did a bad thing, then what will that make me eventually? Probably a snail, this little, get away, don't talk to me. If you poke me, I'll come out and tell you exactly what's going on inside me, and it's all neurosis. I don't want to talk about it, right? If I keep that up. Now, oh, Matt, that sounds like psychology. Well, again, these things should relate to one another. But if I take that language of self-accusation and I do, as Jesus said, go to the priest, right? If I go to the father of the community and just say it, and then, oh, this is how we make a shirt here. This is how we do forgiveness here. You're not going to find it at the marketplace. This is how we do it here. You might not understand it. You might not get the why, but this is how we do it here. Oh, okay. So now I know I'm forgiven because this is how we do forgiveness here. And I can walk away with it without it. The scope shows you its hand. I believe at the end of the 50 years, the two persons, the one who kept it all, talked to themselves, will look quite different than the other one. Probably more restricted.
I really like that phrase. Scope shows you its hand. That's really good. I feel like what you said about the Bible, maybe this also points to the difference between good, not good, and evil. When the Bible is used as like a lawyer, it's not good. It's not evil, but it's not good. And there's something about the not good, which is likewise Christianity separated from ritual. It's not evil, but it's not good because it's lost the non-rational. That's the phrase I use in the truism, the rational, like this element that opens up the Godel-esque reality of incompleteness that all thought follows through. And I think so. It's very interesting. So this is what I'm curious about. So before I forget, like you're talking about the onomatopoeia and it is quite terrible that now we are treating thought. And I think there's truth. I'm not saying the predictive theory of mind, like this notion, all of that of new thought, predictive thought is bad. But if you tell people that the point of thinking now is for the sake of the next thought, then you're not present with the thinking now. Like the present is actually sacrificed to the future. Like if you're just saying the brain is a prediction machine, then the brain doesn't want to be here. And that's a dangerous metaphor. Because there's no path to walk and we've left the terrain. It's a kind of Gnosticism if you're not careful with it.
It is.
And,
wow, well said.
And I worry of it, even if it's clear. I don't think the brain is predicting, I think it's creating. And that's where, but anything you create then seems like it couldn't have been any other way. This is the problem. Once Tolstoy writes War and Peace, it seems like it could have been predicted because it could have been no other way. All creation appears to the understanding as predictable because it always manifests in facticity. So this is the problem. Everything that didn't have to be, once it is, will seem like it could have been no other way. And so that makes us confuse creation with prediction. And it makes us conflate preparation with planning. And this leads to all sorts of trouble. I also should note that I highly doubt there were plans in Eden. I highly doubt that there was certainty in Eden. I think there was confidence and I think there was preparation. I also think there was no equal signs in Eden, that everything that happened was all things new, ever new. I think also when we treat the Bible like a lawyer, I wanted to note, then there is no mixing because everyone has to be the same. I'm going to make sure everyone's the same. So the funny thing is, if the Bible is a testament to God's plan to mix, takes the Jewish people, makes a special people, have them mix, you're literally using a Bible in opposition to its mission. If you do not allow difference so that there can be mixing, God could have done that. He did not do that. He wanted the gospel to be something that emerged in the mixing. He could have snapped his fingers and had big letters across the sky that said Jesus is Lord and Savior. And yeah. you would have been like, well, that's that. I mean, I don't see many words in the sky like that. So that's probably God. He did not. So it's clear that the gospel is only good in mixing, but that requires difference. There is no mixing once it all becomes the same. And so it's very important that we not use the Bible against its own mission.
I think with that note, it should be said, as Per Shelley noted somewhere, the poet is the unacknowledged legislator of the world. I disavow that now, because that train of thought where the poet is on the cutting edge is a cipher for the globalist mission of making everyone the same. Because the poet on that cutting edge is a prisoner who must represent everybody. And not only everybody, but it's even more confined. He must represent everybody as they ought to be now. And if he's not, what is he doing? He's not doing what a poet ought to do. He's wasting his time. He should be kicked out. So it's a weird recall to Plato saying, get rid of the poets. Here it's get rid of someone who's not being a poet, because they changed the reference or the referent. And the poet now becomes the propaganda machine, to build from your metaphor of the brain as a predictive analog. So I think we have to be careful nowadays about the ways in which poets and the word poet finds valences.
Mm.
In other words, I want to be ambivalent about being called a poet by anyone. I think now that is in the realm of being a surrogate for something. So, no, if I'm not a poet, then what am I trying to be? Well, what are we trying to be in this phenomenological thinking?
I really think it's great to resist being called a poet, because there's something about letting people call you a poet that kills poetry. There's something dangerous about wanting and calling yourself a philosopher. People are like, oh, don't be difficult. Of course you do philosophy. There's something about thinking that that's dangerous. These are thoughts that tempt one with affliction, as Simone Weil put it. I think it's also very good to be critical of what Shelley is saying, because indeed that means there's no mixing of politics and poetry, because they're the same thing. And that's very, very dangerous. And I think actually a lot of art now, unfortunately, is in service of a mission, and thus it's just propaganda, and it's not even art anymore. It's just another way to speak politics. It's just another language for politics. I think on this question of what are we doing, there's something healthy about resisting category, because what you are resisting is removing yourself from being a member of a family of yourself to an isolated individual of yourself. The moment you say, I am a writer, that runs the risk of no longer being a kind of family to who you are as Daniel, right? Yeah. Like, philosopher, farmer, husband, like you need to always see yourself in terms of a movement. You need to be a mixed person, like a mixed metaphor. And likewise, what we need to be doing here is something mixed, because if it becomes philosophy versus a movement between art, literature, politics, the experience, the conversation, well, then to heck with it. It's like Flannery O'Connor once when she was at a party and she asked about a hat, and the writer was like, oh, well, it's just a symbol. And she's like, well, if it's a symbol, to heck with it. If it's not really a particular hat, then it's a demonic force. And she was very critical of art that was in the business of creating symbols, as opposed to making particular things that were inherently sacraments, because everything that is particular is sacramental if it's made by God. The effort of humans to create symbols gets in the way of the sacramental truth that things in their particularity point to. So likewise, the risk of category is that it's a movement to a symbol from sacrament. What we're trying to be right here is the particular thing that we are right here, that then allows the creation and the realization of whatever the particularity is that it's sacramental to point. I think what we're trying to be right here is actually kind of sacramental in that sense, to participate in whatever the creative order is. That is our birthright by being made in the image and likeness of God, and our blessing to be able to do with the next word that is being created as we're speaking. What is, I think, being done right here is an effort to stay true to that birthright and to enjoy the blessing that is this thing, that is the creation that is occurring. And I think it gets into the question of what is, we should all be trying to be the image of God. Like if you're trying to be a philosopher, that's only okay in so much as it's in the order and harmony of the image of God. Because if you say try to be a philosopher, that's what? That's at risk of being its own internal consistency that separates you from the harmony of God. So this is what's very interesting to me, because if there's this question of what are we doing here, location of the apathetic, what is this kind of edge, this kind of everything is permitted, one would suppose reasonably that it has something to do with the image of God, the image and likeness of God. So what is that? I think for me, there's something about awareness. I think you're correct that you hit like an age of 16 and your awareness doesn't really change anymore. It's no different than height. Like you get to a certain height, you really don't get that much higher. Same with IQ. You get an IQ, you don't really get that much IQ. Why should awareness be any different? It would seem that human beings grow biologically to a certain point, and that's about it. And then it's almost like the stage is set now for you to do what you're supposed to do. All right, you're at that, the stage is set. This is when you're supposed to be the image of God now. The image and likeness. You're at that phase. You've gone through time. Let's go. And we don't. We're like, there's a question of what is awareness in the business of. And this is
what I wonder, and this is not theologically, I'm not sure. This is the question. All right. So when you made the lawyer example with the Bible, I never thought of that. That's a perfect metaphor. That's an excellent way to describe what the Bible does when you separate it from ritual. You become a lawyer. All right. Did the angels know about that? Or do they only now know about that? Like the idea, this is what I mean. Angels are minds without bodies. I think that's probably right. You know, that's what Aquinas says. That seems to be right. They don't seem to have this in the same way that humans do. All right. So what do humans do that angels don't do? All right. So we know angels are like hyper smart. They like know everything. Okay. They've got different abilities, so on and so forth. If no one ever in human history, a human creates the idea that separating the Bible from ritual creates a lawyer, is that an idea the angels know? Or do the angels know the ideas that humans create, and then they know all the ideas humans create, but humans actually are creating the knowledge-based or the constitution of creation because they're co-creative with God, while angels are perfect in that creation, if you will, that humans are co-creating? And if so, another way to word this, and this I don't know, this is an open question because I think it's this question of this boundary. If Tolstoy never wrote War and Peace, if no human being in history wrote War and Peace, would War and Peace be in heaven? Because if the answer is yes, okay, then there's a question of the arbitrariness of human existence. Because if everything's just going to be in heaven or New Jerusalem, regardless of what humans do, then it seems arbitrary. But what if the constitution of new creation is actually relative to what humans choose to create now and choose to think now? And if humans never, ever in history wrote War and Peace, what if War and Peace would never be in New Jerusalem? Now, it wouldn't be a torture because you wouldn't know what you didn't know and you just chose to create another way. And it's a purely abyssal apophatic choice. So it's not a loss. Like hell is arguably the knowing that you don't have God. And so the torture of hell is knowing you rejected God. I don't know if it's the same because it's like God gives man this sort of free ability to create. And so whatever is what is, and it's in harmony with God. And he gave man that co-creative ability. If it is the case, and I'm not saying it is, we're speculating here. If it is the case that what exists in New Jerusalem is relative to what humans choose to create, well, then in these conversations like this that are following, what we say and what we choose to create is participating in the ultimate constitution of all of reality, even as New Jerusalem, because God made us the image and likeness of him, and therefore we have an element of being a first cause. Not like him, but an ability to create ex nihilo, but not ex nihilo in the sense of God, but from the abyss of the future. The abyssal of the future is the ex nihilo, where God's ex nihilo is all of time, not just the future, per se. And maybe that's a partial way that we're like God, but not God. So you have image and likeness without equalness, because if it was equalness, we couldn't mix with God, now would we? There'd be no diversity. There'd be no God in a sense. There'd just be humans. And so the distinction actually makes possible the mixing of a difference between man and God, image of God and God. And that image of God has a co-creative ability that comes out in the following of the logos that then can determine the constitution of New Jerusalem. Say if we write War and Peace, then War and Peace will be part of New Jerusalem, or otherwise it will not. And the angels can't do that because they don't have bodies. And it is bodies that enable humans to do that, because that means we participate in the finite, which is the boundary condition of the constitution creatively of what will constitute New Jerusalem. And so the having of the body that the angel does not have is why you're capable of this co-creation, which makes sense if you need a body to be part of the territory, and the walking of the territory ends up being ultimately which is resurrected, given new life, and heaven comes down to earth. So the territory we walk is the earth that heaven comes down to, and the New Jerusalem then is constituted by that territory that humans walk in that co-creation. And so maybe this is part of what it is to be human and to walk the territory and to pursue the logos. Berdyaev said that to be Christian was not merely about salvation, but co-creation, to participate in creation. And if indeed the mind is trying to world, it's trying to create, we just have to rightly order it. If humans are able to engage in conversation that doesn't know what it's going to say next, and yet it still can, you see all of these seemingly ex nihilo abilities of human beings that are not arbitrary. And it's an ex nihilo directed toward the future that perhaps we have creative influence on because we're in the image of God. And philosophy is in the business of conditioning us to be good of that, which we will only do, though, if we participate in some elements of non-rationality to be open to that creative process. Because the moment we close ourselves, we're not in the creative process. We shut ourselves off from engaging in that creation. So now we're in internal consistency. You can only create in harmony. And so that would then be the rightly ordering. And so I wonder if that's part of the equation, that there is something about the creative act that then actually has eternal significance. And then philosophy is where awareness is aware of itself as having that creative possibility. And once you reach a certain age, you've now reached the place where it's your turn to move into creation as such, co-creation. But you're not going to do that if you're under affliction. You're not going to do that if you're planning instead of preparing. You're not going to do that if you're engaged in security. And so to engage in that co-creation, you have to fast and pray and seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added unto you.
With the 17th century move from, with Voltaire and others, let us leave the theologians and become anthropologists. Because the promise of us becoming this thing, this new kind of expert called the anthropologist, the promise of that enterprise is we will come around to know what the theologians were talking about this whole time. Oh, so now we'll go and look at the life of Jesus as this textual adventure into the sources and these Dead Sea Scrolls. And we're starting to see how these people recorded letter by letter and where they were and what wars were going on. And then Freud will tell us what people need because he read deeply some Greek essays, some Greek tragedies. And we're starting now to see this universal grammar manifested as a universal hunger for security. See, now through this anthropology that we came out of the closet and we sat in the chair and we became armchair anthropologists. We have, through that metaphorical move, come back to what those theologians were talking about in their fancy language. All of that is the internally consistent language of this project that they had a lot of steam for, but post the new atheists, people are finding it's silly. I mean, come on. I mean, maybe if I had some of the zingers of what's that guy, Sam Harris, those quick one-liners, then, and if I had his money and if I had his radio show and his podcast, then yeah, it would make sense for me to wake up in the morning and entertain all this because it's how he makes a living. Can't blame the guy. He has a family, but that's one person in 9 billion people who makes a living that way. Oh, it is silly. I can't live with those thoughts entertained. So I'm probably not discovering what the theologians were after by becoming an anthropologist. I'm probably wasting my time in this false time, not becoming a theologian. That's on me. So, I can discover what a thing is without becoming the thing. I'll never know what it's like for a flower to grow because I'm not a flower. So give it up, Matt. Give it up. Stop trying to be the flower. God didn't make you a flower. That's another way of saying it. But if I mix metaphors and everything is everything, then it's a problem that I'm not understanding this flower right now. No, it's not a problem. Because the man upstairs, the creator of the universe, didn't make me a flower. So if we let go of this need to be armchair anthropologists and always deny something of the past, I'm opening this new compartment to my existence. Maybe we're not doing that. With every single thought, does not have to be a revolutionary move. Does not have to be. Because a revolutionary move is the sine qua non of this thought predicts the next thought, and so the next thought erases my present thought. I might as well not have it. Kick the ladder underneath you. Be the revolutionary now. Because that's what everything was preparing you for, to be the revolutionary now. Well, if every moment is the revolution, then there's no moment to prepare, and therefore there's no revolution. And now we're back into that mood where everybody's trying to be the poet of their generation, which is exactly what the globalists want. So we all buy our shirts and buy our shoes and forget the intertextuality and the interweavings and all try to sit at home alone with our lamps and be the poet of our generation. Eating rice that came from who knows where, I haven't grown it, tomatoes from some discounted place, and it's silly. The one thing none of us should be able to do, we all do because of this globality. All right. So, but if we begin slowly, as if we were slowly praying, slowly fasting, trying to follow the commandments of Christ, letting go of the anthropology, and finding again, to no surprise, oh my goodness, theosis is the goal. I'm not supposed to be a better human. I'm supposed to become God by grace. Because that's why God became a man, so that every facet and stage of my life, as Jacob took from Esau, God took from me. Mm-hmm. So that I could then, by grace, receive from him what is not mine, what came from Laban. And to get my brother back. It's not be a better human, so we don't have to worry about anthropology. It's not be a better citizen, so we don't have to worry about nationalism. Now we need the nations and we need the peoples so that we can begin to learn about mixture and distinction and reality. Because God, just as St. Paul said, God gave the borders and the places of the nations. He set them. So it's don't blame me. It's not, I didn't do it. It's God. He permitted it all. But if we think, oh, I've been put in the Midwest so that I can be a good Midwesterner, I'm talking to myself. I'm not dialoguing with the Christ who took from me my humanity so that he could be my brother. And then that means I'm his brother. And that means I should start acting like it. But how do I do that? I can't make that up. I can't legislate that, Shelley. I can't say that. So, that's why there are commandments. Oh, wow. And wait, he took human nature. So that means my brother, my neighbor also is called the theosis. Whoa, we better get our act together. Wow. Right? I mean, it's so wonderful that no one could possibly live it by themselves. And so we need family awareness, not self-awareness. Self-awareness is fine. But I think instead of the word self-awareness, why don't we just stop and say person? I have a person and I'm personal. But my awareness comes from having a family, from being in a nation, from being a son to a father, and having my quibbles and foibles and frustrations about that. I mean, welcome to the family. I mean, his family had to move a lot because they were trying to kill all the firstborns and all, and they had to go and be they had to go for the what is that word? The census. They had to be counted. They had to move around. So family awareness and theosis, talk about a mixing of metaphor there. And it's not mere morality, because the Torah was not about mere morality. As you so wonderfully pointed out, it had a larger mission, a more profound goal to make a people. And it should come as no surprise that that is a very natural and a very miraculous thing. I mean, how do you make a people? Where do you begin? Where do you end? How do you know? Well, that's the journey of the, forgive me, that's the journey of all those books, and still is the journey. And theosis, I think, is very much the same and different, because as you said, through the gospel, it includes those includes me, thank God. I mean, it includes the Gentiles, people outside. The woman from Tyre, right? Who, even though the Lord would not talk to her, her faith saved her, and he did talk to her. These things, man, it's and 9 billion people can participate in that. 9 billion people are participating in that. Mm. So the call to action, I don't think, is a simple one, but I think it begins with the Antiphor, where we have to recognize that we are in a world, that we do have each other, and that our faith saves us. In other words, maintaining that consciousness is the struggle, is the goal, and praying is part of that. For instance, today I was vacuuming and saying Psalm 23, not because I wanted to, but because my priest told me to. And I didn't want to vacuum, and I didn't want to say it. And when I said when I did the two together, I had things happen that I could talk about, but I will leave it with, I felt that I was beginning to see Psalm 23 in a way I would not have seen it had I not vacuumed with it. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He leads me by still waters as I'm vacuuming my carpet. How is this possible? I don't care how it's possible. Personally, it happened. And nobody can argue away that from me. One, they wouldn't know how to access it to argue it from me. And two, I wouldn't even have to not pay attention to them, because it's so strong. It's mixed beyond comparison. And the last thing I would say on that point is coming back to that prayer and fasting. I think it's wonderful how the Lord sets it up with the prayer. He says, don't be as the hypocrites, a Greek word for actor. All right, so we're beginning now to play with the binary of visible and invisible, who sound a trumpet before them. So now our ears are being engaged. Whoa, make way, I'm hearing it. This is real. This is important. Here he comes. We sound a trumpet before them and love the best seats in the synagogue, prominent place. And it makes sense. If you're going to pray, why not pray in the synagogue? So it's rational and it's processional. Or they stand at the corner of the neighborhood so that they can be seen by men. Well, if I am an evangelical, what's wrong with that? If this is an evangelion, if this is good news, why shouldn't I pray at the corner where people come and meet? Why shouldn't it intersect with their daily lives through me? Why not? He doesn't say it's bad. He doesn't say don't do it. He says don't be like them. Don't be. And of course, this is a gospel to the Jewish people. Don't be like them. Wait a minute. He's not saying don't be like the Gentiles. Wait a minute. He's putting this in the, whoa. This is tabernacle in the cosmos, in the Holy of Holies, in the tabernacle in the, this is in the family, right? He's talking to the family, about family business. Don't be like them. What? Because they have the reward. Oh, whoa. So he didn't say it was bad. They're going to get something from this. And they have it. He's very careful with his language. This is the principle. He's letting everyone know, hey, I'm going to pray. And then he goes to the place to pray and he prays. And he gets a reward. It sounds like you're teaching me something here. Where's the gap? Where's the problem? I don't see it. They have the reward. Why not be like them? But you, when you pray, go into your closet, shut the door, and pray to your Father in the secret. Now, in my translation, it has the secret and then in italics, place. Now, I think that therefore tells me that place is a paraphrase of the Greek. Maybe place is not there, topos, or whatever the word is for place in Greek. Instead, it's the secret. I don't know. Is the word mystery? I don't know. But pray in the secret. And your Father who sees, now we're engaging that eyesight, who sees in the secret. So I'm supposed to go and pray in the secret so that my Father who is in the secret, my Father who sees the secret in the secret will reward me openly. There's the surprise, because he does not say what will happen next. Do you notice this? That's where it ends. Okay, so he won't reward me in the secret, and he won't reward me behind closed doors. He will reward me openly. How and what? And how will I know? That's the surprise. But I love the contrast, because I can see him coming. I can hear him coming. He goes to the place where people ought to pray, and he receives his reward. Good. This is good. It took how long for us to get there, right? Synagogue. You have to build a synagogue. There's nothing wrong. But then he puts parallel to it, going behind the door, shutting the door in the secret, and then you will be rewarded just like the other man, but openly, and we do not see it. I think that's profound. I mean, there's so many layers going on there. And then with the fasting, and then he says, when you give alms, don't let your left hand know what your right hand is doing, so that your Father will reward you openly. Again, using the visible and the invisible. Create ignorance. And in the ignorance, as it were, God will then give intelligibility to what you have done to those around you. And then with the fasting, when you fast, don't be like the hypocrites who put on a sour expression. Put oil on your head and wash your face. Hide the fact that you are fasting. Well, wait a minute. Why am I concealing this? Why am I shutting the door? Why am I not being distinct in front of everyone? And your Father who sees in the secret will reward you openly.
Well, everything you said was wonderful. I think, like, the Bible said, like, we forget that the Lord's Prayer ends, and deliver us from the evil one.
Yes.
And that's it. It's like, let's add something to that. Like, there's this, like, in prayer in secret. I mean, you could take the original Mark, where it just ends and they were afraid and they ran off. And that's the original. And there's something about the reminder of the cliffhanger, that life is found in the cliffhanger. Life is found hanging on a cliff. That's exhilarating, for one. And there's something about visibility that runs the risk of currency. Like, I get social statusy, I get social currency if you see me, because now I'm a holy person. And we've talked a lot about location, and it's so critical. It's like you must put the invisible first and then the visible. If you put the visible first, you'll lose both. It's the C.S. Lewis principle. I think the reason why plans are so dangerous is because you're like, they're visible. You can tell people what you're doing with your life. This is my plan. This is what I'm doing. And it removes from you the nakedness of saying, I don't have a plan. I'm just prepared. You know, and so there's something about planning. Now, of course, planning is inevitable. If you're going to go to the grocery store, you make a plan. The issue is planning at the expense of preparing, or planning as a kind of like status, or hiding your nakedness, like the leaves in Eden. Well, I'm not naked. Who knew I was naked? Like, everything the human does tries to avoid nakedness, right? Like, because also the issue is the corollary that's so important is if you're always praying in secret, that means nobody sees you praying, and so you look like an atheist. See, this is the danger, is if all your holiness is invisible, then to everyone, you don't look like a Christian at all, and so you're naked. So this is the other thing that Jesus is kind of saying. He's like, if you ain't getting any clothing, you know, clothes don't exist. You know, you have to be naked.
Now, of course, if you go to church, people will see you at church. So we're not saying that all forms of visibility are bad, but it's very interesting that there's a suggestion here that Jesus is setting you up to look like a non-Christian to everyone, to look like an atheist. That's, oh my gosh, no. Well, guess what? You got to do something it's rational for Christians to see me praying because then they'll know I'm a Christian. He's like, well, we got to do the non-rational to remind you that you're not doing this for Christians. You're doing this for Christ. And so it's interesting that he's telling you, I mean, also too, I always just think the Lord's Prayer is so fascinating where he ends it, and deliver us from the evil one. He's like, there's a spiritual battle. Don't forget that. The danger actually of saying, but kingdom on earth as, ending it with, and thy, like when you have a positive sort of ending, it can remove from you the mist of the spiritual battle. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Like the problem is you can end on a note that makes you less active, less aware of the danger you are in, because you're like, well, in the end, Jesus will save us all. Yes, but the evil one, be ready for that affliction. Be ready for those plans that make you not naked. Be ready. Fight. Be ready. Be ready be ready for that rationality that's going to make it okay not to pray in the closet in the secret. Be ready for that temptation to think that the secret is actually, well, actually it's anti-relational because we should be in the open all the time. And, that's what a good community and friends is. The devil's temptations with Jesus are reasonable. They are not crazy temptations. It's like, Jesus, you're hungry. Well, turn the friggin' rocks into bread. Come on. Don't pray in your closet. It's clamped in there, and you should pray in a community, and we can pray for one another, and it will be good. It's like, that's true. And sometimes it's okay to turn rocks into bread. I mean, Jesus turned water into wine. So there are times where these miracles are okay, but it seems like it matters when, the context, and the situation. And that makes a big difference.
And I think also context-wise, the fasting, the praying are bookended by the heart.
Yes.
Because after the fasting, we have language of the heart and where our treasure is. Before that, and before the praying, and before if someone will force you to go 1 mile, go with them 2, offer your left cheek when they slap you on the right. Before that, we have another mention of the heart. You have heard that it was said, he who looks at a woman with lust, he who takes his brother's wife or takes another woman that's married, he commits adultery. I think he just says, you have heard that it was said, do not commit adultery. Maybe that's all he says. When that comes to the mind, it's static. It's a category. Oh, yeah. I have a scenario where that is, and I know what he's talking about. Don't do it. Yeah, I've heard that. I've tried, and I have, and we don't do that here. He mentions it and then shows you another place. But I tell you, he who looks at a woman with lust in his heart has committed adultery with her already in his heart. Or he who looks at a woman with lust has already committed adultery with her in his heart. Wait a minute. I thought we were talking about adultery. I am talking about adultery. No, you're talking about something else. I don't know what you're talking about. But I thought you were talking about adultery. I know what adultery is. I know the law. You told me what adultery is. Yes. And I'm not taken away from that. I'm not saying all of that equals this with the heart, because then that would take away. That's why I said you heard that it was said. I'm acknowledging what you already know. Right? We don't have to evade the language. Here is A, and then here is B. I'm not taking away from A to get to B, but I'm showing you that there is activity in the heart that you might want to be aware of. Over there, the neighbor's house, you know not to go there. But I want to now bring to your awareness, because now you're prepared to understand, okay, my neighbor is not my family. My family is not my neighbor. These things aren't exchanged. Well, now you're prepared to know that in your heart, there are certain things that are out that should not be in, that are in that should not be out. I'm paraphrasing, right? Okay, whoa. I don't know if I was prepared for that. And some people are like, oh, I've been prepared for that since I was 8 years old. I just didn't have language for it, but now I have language for it. And so there's this division in the crowd. And then talks about prayer, and then he talks about fasting, and then he comes back to the heart. So that invisible, visible, and finding the place of the heart, it doesn't negate the world, and it doesn't negate that praying in the synagogue is bad, because by saying it, he's acknowledging how important it is. The ritual is a ritual because our fathers did it, and our fathers' fathers did it, and then we have Aaron. So that's why they have a reward. It's good. We've been working towards this. Now that you've heard that, now that you know that, can we come to the closet? Can we begin this? He did not come to destroy the law, but to fulfill it. So we should see this opening and rippling out and expansion. And we find it in the Gospel of Matthew amongst the people. And then in a book like Luke, or in the book of Luke, we find that expansion with even longer lines from center. So it seems that they're further from one another. And so they seem to be a little shorter, a little more concise, a little more universally applicable. And they are. Prodigal son's there. Anybody could, from whatever, I would say, whatever ethnic race one is from, I think they could relate to that story. They don't need to hear Jacob or Esau. But in Matthew, you have those lines closer to one another because they're closer to the center. And it's interesting to me that there you find the most disruption, probably because the strings are taut there. And so when they're strung together and hit together, picked together, there's more of a violence seemingly done. Whereas the further apart they are from one another, you pick one, the other doesn't hear it, doesn't vibrate to it. And so I don't see it as a rejection. It's an upholding and adding to from within. And so when he was, and it comes back to the fact when you were talking about the angels are the angels for the Gentiles and the Jewish people. They're the angels for every person. There are prayers of guardian angels. So every person has a guardian angel. So these angels see everything that goes on in human behavior. And these angels, we know from St. Peter, long to look into, are amazed at this story of our metania, of our repentance. We also know that they gave us, or through their activity, we know the language of holy, holy, holy. They know Hosanna. They know where help is. They have this intelligence. They're able to communicate with us. But we know that they're not us. And I think it's interesting how we know that. It comes back to, how do we know that creation is? How do we know there is a world? How do we know there's a real? We don't know it the way we think we know it. Our brain is a pattern detecting machine. That's not how we know the world. That's a story we tell ourselves to make us think we know how we know the world, as you said. Because what that does is it argues that our brains shouldn't be here. So it's Gnosticism. It's a Gnostic heresy. That's all. I mean, it's simply what it is. It's a heresy. It's Gnosticism. It's a cult. It's this little thing that's silly. That once one begins to devote themselves to it, they find that, oh, this is fragmenting me. This is taking me away from reality, from my family, from my health. I have to give up more than I'm getting back. Oh, this isn't a good cross. It's not a life-giving cross. It's just a piece of wood that they're cutting me up on. It's silly. And so there are experiential proofs to these things over time. It's sad, though, that it happens over time. But it's also a grace that it happens over time. It doesn't happen all at once, so we can repent from these things. However, where am I going? So just as creation, we learn about it, not the way we think we learn about it, but we learn about it from the church, telling us that God took a body, grew up in that body, voluntarily died to make death not death anymore, and then voluntarily ascended to the Father. So all of reality now is connected by the contact of God. That's the only way we know reality is. God spoke and it was. God saw and said it was good and it was good. That's the only way we know what we know, is because we're imitating our Father in heaven. We only know the way that we know because we're doing it because that's how God did it. Now, we might think we're doing it because it's sui generis, or I learned it from my professor, or I read all these books and I've come up with a theory about how all the books are telling me how to do it. But really, all we're doing is the same thing we did when we were 14 or 16. We're just finding more elaborate, sophisticated ways of talking around it, but we're imitating our Father. And we would only know that we're doing that if God had done it, because God did it. If God wouldn't have done it, we wouldn't be able to do it. So too, we know that the angels don't have a body like ours, because when God took flesh, he didn't take the body of an angel. There's a prayer for this, that he didn't come as an angel. He came as a man. Therefore, we know that we are not angels and angels are not us, because God, when he entered creation, did not enter as an angel. He entered as a man. And I mean, that should give us such a wonderful, I mean, he could have been an angel, but he didn't. He chose not to. He wanted to become a human being. And I don't think we would know what a human being is if God had not decided to take on a human being body. These evolutionists, they say, well, we're a transitionary figure, right? We're between the primates and what happens next. It's another way of saying the brain is a predicting machine.
Yeah.
It's Gnosticism. They don't believe in the human body. They don't believe in anthropology. They don't believe in theology. They're nihilists. They're just trying to get out. It will work itself out. The only way we know what a human being is, the only reason a human being has endured all these generations, is that God took a human being body. God became a man. That's the only, I don't know what dogs look like 500 years ago. Maybe they were wolves. I don't know. Right? But a human being's body, I also don't really know what it looked like 500 years ago. They say Napoleon was quite short, and most people were quite short and malnutritioned, or not nourished by our standards. But what does that even mean? Other people say long before that, they were much taller. What is a human being? I don't know that for the reasons I think I know that. Well, biology says. No, biology doesn't say. Well, our anthropology says, and we went to this other country in this other world where they haven't been exposed to globalist society, and we've observed them from our corner getting malaria too. No, that doesn't tell us what a human being is. We only know it because God became a human being, which is to say we have confidence what a human being is, not certainty. And so I think that relates to the angel discussion. Jesus said, when they go to heaven, they will not be married or given in marriage. They will be like the angels, but they won't be angels.
Yes, exactly.
So too, God didn't take an angelic body. So I don't know if they have bodies, no bodies, if it's a different kind of body. All I know is an angel is not a human being. And I know what a human being is only because I come to know. Isn't this amazing? I know what a human being is only because I come to know God. I don't know what a human being is because I'm going to be in quarantine with you for the next 28 hours and I'm going to study you. That's not going to bring me closer to understanding human beings. I might think it does, but I'm only building a conspiracy of what I think a human being is with all that time. And if I'm not careful, it might become fire that burns everything around me, so I'm not open to receiving theology. That would then teach me what a human being is. We need to aspire to be theologians, and through that, we will become anthropologists, not aspire to be anthropologists to get behind the theologians. Because if we try to be anthropologists, we'll be neither. We'll be Gnostics.
Excellent. You just pointed out something very important, which is that humans know indirectly. We directly get at things indirectly, and we know what a human is by knowing God. We know things by not knowing them as things. You know, everything is indirect. That's why certainty is bad, because it makes it direct. Confidence is this confidence that if I'm indirect, I'll get at the thing. That's why you have to have confidence. The more indirect I am, the more I get at the thing. And the more the indirection actually then participates creatively in the thing. So a few more things. The question would be, indeed, angels could have bodies in some way. There are all of these different things.
can angels do dialogos? Can angels locate apophatic lack? Because if the answer is no, that there's something, because it is interesting. Paul speaks about angels as if they're super intelligent, but they also marvel. There's something about humans that is different. Like, well, what is it that makes humans different? And the thing that makes humans different may be what comes out in the circling, the dialogos, the relating to reality in a certain conditioned way of becoming, that then is the marvel. And I think this could be the case because actually the structure of law, you mentioned law, I think follows this in the Bible. In the Torah, if they take out your eye, don't kill them, just take out their eye. But in the New Testament, if they slap you on the cheek, give them the other cheek. So grace is there from the very beginning, it develops. So grace is developing. So in the Torah, it's like, hey, for a divorce, you can just do a certificate, but you do have to do the certificate, mind you. But then in the gospel, it's like, no, if you get married, you can't get divorced. And Jesus is like, why did you do the whole certificate thing? Because your hearts were too hard. You weren't ready for this. And they're like, well, it's better not to be married then. It's like, yep, grace is advanced. It's time to take it to the next level. What you see is a development. That's why the law is being fulfilled. The law, the whole structure is aphoric, like you say, it's a repeating. The law is a repeating that's bringing out. And well, the four gospels are that too, right? The repetition, it's not a metaphor, it's an Antiphor, repeating the law. Like, let's revisit adultery. Well, turns out the law against adultery always contained the don't have it in your heart either, actually. It just had to come out through the revisiting. So the story is the development of grace. The law then develops into actually higher standards that you weren't capable of without the story of Jesus and God making contact of reality. And then Paul is like, okay, well now, how do we think through if we can eat this food in Corinth that's given to the other gods? It's not in the Torah, but Jesus gave us a model so we can think through. And since we have to now go into the world and mix with them by being ourselves, we have to actively think how to discern through this situation based on the model of developing grace that we've seen through the Torah to the gospel. So you have the movement of the Bible, God's making a people separate, then go. So you have mixing. God gives a law that's then fulfilled in grace, because the whole point of it, actually, the point of the law was grace. It just had to start as basically premises before we were ready for just live active discernment. But grace was always meant to be live active discernment. It's just that your heart was not ready. And that's why the heart is such a big deal. And what's very interesting as well is you see, it's almost like what God is saying is that what happens in your heart creates a relation between you and your neighbor. And though you're not sleeping them in body, relations are real. And if you create a relation in your mind, that relation is actually real, and you've created a relation of sin. And so it does matter. Now, before Jesus, you could just follow the body. See, this is the thing. It's like, yes, it was more facticity. It was less kind of imaginatory. But now, actually, grace is moving into imagination. Grace is moving into the heart. Grace is moving into abstraction, because now the law is being fulfilled. It was always meant to do this. Understanding was always meant to become reason in Hegel. History was always meant to lead to this development. I was making the Jewish people out of Egypt always so that they could mix. But it has to go through time, because it has to get ready, because it has to become. And so you see this developmental logic that critically is not the development of a human being. You said this very well. It's not like I'm going to run 4-minute miles and I'm going to be like self-help. It's not like being the best human you can be. It's about the conditioning of grace and the ready for the human being to relate to other human beings in a manner that is holier, so that we can turn creation into something that's more like a family. Because this is what I wonder. On this idea of humans create, the idea of humans creating something that has eternal consequences, certainly it can sound like, we're not saying like a self-help way. What if the things that we're like creating are relations, and the character of those relations determines the character of family that then constitutes creation and eternity, that humans are able to do in the image and likeness of God, which of course means the image and likeness of the Trinity. So another thing that's possible is, I don't know, but what if once a human being creates the thought that what if flowers could sing? There's a relation, mixing of metaphor. Well, now it's possible in New Jerusalem for flowers to sing, because we created the relation between the idea of flowers and singing. What if those are possible, those kind of things, like the creation of relations themselves, and humans could be in the business of bringing well, creation to be more like Adam, because Adam and Eve is just named Adam until the fall. After the fall, it's Adam and Eve because it's one name, a family, it's a trinitarian structure. It becomes Adam and Eve after the fall. Before that, it's one name. And so there's a relation there that is not reducible to facticity, that if we return to the image and likeness of God like Adam, perhaps the main thing we are actually in the business of creating is relations that then have eternal existence somehow, that we have created, that we are only able to do to the degree that we condition ourselves to follow the Logos, as opposed to live a life that we can always know what follows according to some plan, predictive model, and reduction of a human being to something that is more animal than an image of God. And I think also too, to your point, like God became man, God came to man so man could come to God. He gave us in a through line, a part of a story that then we can choose to see a relation with God, and we have a model of how that grace is developing. And Paul is giving us hints of how to do it. In the same way that, like, law, if indeed, I guess this is what I would say, is if law existed, if the law exists to make humans persons, like that's why it was there, it just had to develop through grace. The law, we had to be moved, it's a developmental. Then philosophy has to do what the law does. It has to also develop to make us persons, like to make us people, to make us co-creation, to make us in the image and likeness of God. And what we're seeing is an awareness that the more philosophy thinks geometrically, situationally, preparing, conditionally, mystery, all of these enhance our capacity to be persons. And the more we are persons, the more we actually create relations, whether it be through the mixing of metaphors, through the seeing of the possibility of love between you and this person, preparation for the friend, the possible relation between a door and flames, then philosophy should make us better at doing that. And the better we are at doing that, then the better we are at participating in co-creation in this sense. And I think the better we are at, well, making the most of the fact that God came to man so man could be with God. And that's an opportunity that we should make the most of. And I think thinking these ways in philosophy is at its best when it so helps us think in these ways.
And with that, Saint Maximus the Confessor defined philosophy as true judgment and action concerning beings. And being, for him, was important because God created, and what he created existed. Therefore, so he wants to make judgment and he wants to make action concern beings. He doesn't want to myopically look at judgment quad judgment. He doesn't want to say, you over there handle judgment, I over here, I'll be a neo-pragmatist by my Walden Lake. He wants to bring the two together and not concern themselves, not be reflexive, but concern beings. So he wants to enter creation. And he speaks about a way of entering creation, which is not a left to right motion, but an down and up motion, an anagage, I believe, an elevation, an anagogical reading of things. And he speaks imagistically, I would say, of this approach. And it seems apropos to what we were talking about, especially as we look for the lurking apophatic. So when Moses went up the mountain to enter the dark cloud and receive from God the commandments, the law, and then to bring it down, he went up and then down. And he came down with letters. We're moving far away from Shelley. You and I have prepared each other for that. We're not talking about being poets on the cutting edge. So with that aside, enter Saint Maximus the Confessor. He says, look at what you're doing when you write something down. You take a writing tool and you bring it towards the surface, and then you move it into letters, and then you lift it from the movement that now exposes the letter on the ground, and you lift your pencil towards the mountain, towards your head, towards wherever it's going that isn't there. And then you now have the letters. But the letter doesn't disappear and show me a trap door to my brain, to the summit. It also isn't the stylus. So these three things are rungs on a ladder. The letters are on the ground to show me where to begin, to find the stylus, to then go up to where we were trying to go in the first place. But the development was required. And that development is experienced as grace. So he says, when we read about the lives of the saints, the lives of those whose eyes were not unhealthy, they were filled with light, their heart was in the pile of right treasure. He said things happened to them figuratively. One, and they were written down. Two, so Moses went up the mountain, entered the cloud of unknowing. The saint is illumined with the uncreated light. Things happen to him or her figuratively. And those things were written down for our instruction. So it's a reenactment, a replay of the movement of Moses, the life of a saint, according to Saint Maximus. And we enter that life of that saint when we read the letters and then go from that up to the figure that they are referring us up to, which is higher than the letters, which means we allow for translation, which is a kind of mixture. And if we get bogged down in the letter, we won't allow the translation, we won't allow the mixture, and we will stay with what was put down there. There's nothing wrong with what is down there. There's nothing wrong with anything until the end. And then the wheat is exposed and the tares are exposed, right? If we stay down there, because we never got up there, it's our sin. But if we start there and go through the letter, he calls it clothing. If we take off the false t-shirts of the letter and go to the intelligibility of the logos, of the logic, what are these stories talking about? Where is my attention going here? It's not to the letters. I'm not a calligrapher. It's Microsoft Word, 12-point font. Come on, let's get over ourselves. These aren't beautiful letters. As long as I can say the shirt doesn't exist, it's polyester, come on. And I say that, come on, which is an Antiphor. It's a speech act. Right? Come on, let's ask a question, which is a speech act of saying, let's deconstruct this text. Let's stop the narrative. Let's ask, why wasn't this other family member mentioned in the genealogy? Stop everything. It's a way of saying this t-shirt sucks. And not sucks, but what I'm trying to say is this t-shirt, I think we need to ask ourselves, why are we always going to this store? Or can we budget this a little bit? Why are we spending so much money? We're not really pausing life, because you can't. We're enduring it, but we are participating in it. We're bringing our awareness into it. We're using the text. We're starting to go up. And that's not us being smarties. Because when Jesus asked questions in the Gospel of Luke, the teachers loved him for it. He was asking questions and answering. They were loving it. He wasn't disrespecting the text by asking questions, by performing these speech acts, which disrupted the flow of the narrative. Because it's not the kind of religion where we all need to be quiet and we all need to hear someone sing. And it's all about an unbroken recitation. Right? If it was that way, why would Moses have brought it down? He brought it down for us. So we stop the text, we perform speech acts, we talk, we name, We go back and forth. We dialogos. And marvel of marvels, the text doesn't kick back. It swirls with us. It cheers us on. Now, if we're faithless and we use the text, then it's only going to calcify with our bones. And then we become hard of heart. We become irritable people. Give me that certificate. I know how to write certificates. I know how to write things down really well, right? The scope is the hand. But if we step up from it, it comes with us. Maybe this is Hegelian. And we start to notice the stylus. We start to notice the figures. We start to notice the symbol as not this interposition, not this block or stumbling block, but we notice it's this thing thrown with. A symbol is a thing thrown with. With the letter, there is the spirit. And we only notice that when we go beyond the letter, with the letter, together. He didn't come down and give it to one person. He brought it down to everybody. And we've all had to deal with everybody. They dealt with it. And as you so wonderfully said, they developed it over a long period of time. Sages quote sages, quote sages. I think there's a wonderful, beautiful parallelism of saints quoting saints. It's similar and different in that, I don't know if the sages perform miracles. Maybe they do in a certain respect, but a lot of the saints are in their lives, they perform miracles, which brings them up beyond the individual into a family unit or into the nation. And so they're remembered as this kind of embodied superhero who is paradoxically like all of us, except they're not like me because their eye is healthy and they're illumined by the light. But by reading their life and going beyond the letter, I come into contact and mix like flame and the stainless steel pot. I'm starting to mix. And this Saint Maximus talks about this. He talks about being, he talks about difference, he talks about mixture and position or thesis. He says you have to mix with the saints. You don't trade places or names with them. If you take the name of a saint, you're saying by that effect a speech act. I want to mix with this saint. Well, how am I going to do that? I need to know the letters that were written down for the start of my journey up. Go beyond those letters. Otherwise, I would say, well, my name is John from St. John Chrysostom. Therefore, I need to leave everything and go live in Constantinople. St. Maximus would say to me, you're trying to trade places with St. John. You can't do that. John is John and you are not. You are Matthew. You are distinct. However, it would be good for you to mix with St. John because he is a saint and you are not. So, Matthew, you could be, and he might be your guide. So why not mix with him? Here's how you can start. Read his life, which is not him, they're letters, but it's a good place to start. So, and then go through them, walking, learn a little bit of rhetoric, because that's what he did. And then you'll start to notice, wow, he struggled with these things and then he overcame them. I'm not overcoming them, but I struggle with them. So at least I can be closer and I can feel that pain and it's rubbing off. And then we start to go through that stylus up to a sense in which those things figuratively happen to me too. And because they're figurative, there's a grace in which, even though they're two distinct places, they're both places happening simultaneously. And so it becomes a continuum and not discrete parcels of land. It becomes a promised land. And that, but I mean, it's easier said than done, but he makes much of that movement of the pen coming down to write the letters and then lifting up. And now I enter in as reader to now do the same thing, lift those letters up. We have to, and I think that comes back to our theme of maintaining the consciousness of faith, of trust. And that is how faith can save us. It's a works-based faith. It's work of maintaining our consciousness. And we can only do that as embodied human beings. We can't do that as thinkers, merely embodied thinkers. my dear friend, I think that is all I have. I would like you to have the final words for us tonight.
Well, my dear friend, I have enjoyed this immensely. You are very kind.
I am stunned by the description of Saint Maximus that you put forth. That is gorgeous, and I will not think of writing the same way ever again. I was not familiar with that. That was really moving and perfect. I also think that the issue is good works that are bad are those that are on the side of plans. Works that are necessary are those on the side of preparation. Works of faith are preparing. It's the works that can be dangerous are the ones that replace faith with plans. So that distinction, I think, or that replaces, that tricks us into attention. I mean, into affliction, away from attention. It takes work to engage in attention, like Simone Weil put forth, and that's a work we need to do. I think also the Bible screams at you to go mix. It says go mix, go now, go and mix. And if you don't go and mix, that's a problem. I think also one is supposed to read the Bible and now be confident to go mix. Because I've read this and I'm going to dwell on it. I'm going to return to it. I'm going to return to it. And I'm going to let the grace develop in me. And so it has told me to go mix. And so I will go mix. I will read philosophy and politics, and we will have true diversity, because even though I mix with these things, I will stay the same, and thus there will be true mixture. And I think also this notion of entering creation, like down and up, like Saint Maximus is getting at, I would definitely say that that's breaking through affliction, like Simone Weil. This A is A internally consistent model, because you're looking down, you're like, wait a minute. Why is everything I think internally consistent with everything else if I'm fallen and finite and God is God? Wait a minute, maybe there's something here. And you notice an out, you're down and then up, because now you have attention. And for Simone Weil, without that attention, you can't get through the affliction. The A is A, you can't get to the otherness that you require to have a family, to be in relation. I think also the translation. I would say the double move that philosophy seems to need is in the same way. So you have the oral tradition, then you've had the writing tradition, you've had the face-to-face, then we've had the looking down, and now the going back up is face-to-face informed by the writing. So it is almost now like dialogos is the negation sublation of the writing with the oral, and it is a kind of speaking that is then the development of the law, the writing down, and you carried it up. And now we've gone from the Torah to the New Testament. It's the Holy Spirit now, because the Holy Spirit seems to be a negation sublation of the law. It seems to be an active moving that brings the law with it. It brings the written word with it. But now we are speaking in prose. We are speaking in prose. And that seems to be the translation of writing back into oral. But we're now in the historic period where we need to do that, or we fall into overfitting and affliction. We had to go through the oral, we had to go through the writing to be capable of the speaking prose, but now we need to do the speaking prose. We had to go through the law to get to Jesus, and we had to go through Jesus to get to the Holy Spirit. Well, now we're in the Holy Spirit, so we need to do that. You will not rightly locate the apathetic if you do not rightly identify your historic moment. This is a historic moment of speaking prose and the Holy Spirit. So if we want to rightly locate the apathetic, we have to recognize that and look in the right place. It would seem that the apathetic lies in the mixture. You're not going to locate it unless you do it in a place of mixture, which means you have to go into difference. So the apathetic seems to be located in a mixture, because that's what we're called to. It has something to do with the Holy Spirit. And I think the translation is very good. And it would seem like the role of philosophy is to give us the tools to locate the apathetic so we can translate it. And then if we can translate it, we can bring it into creation, thus participate in co-creation, thus have participation in New Jerusalem, the going down and the up. And we are paying attention to where everything is going. But we have to use philosophy in terms of an active locating, which means you leave the office where you're doing your mathematics in your sterile room. You have to go outside because you got to mix. Then when you are outside, you then have to locate a place where the apathetic is found. So you have to find a person, because it seems to be people. It seems to be where two or more are gathered, the apathetic will be. It seems to be there. And that's a relation. And then you are to have brought what you have learned in the Spirit to this relation so that you can then translate the relation to something that is pointing to New Jerusalem and the new creation. And that is a creative act. And we seem to be here to create those kind of relations that locate the apathetic between people, that then translates that relation into that of which shows that God came to man so that man could come to God. Because when you rightly locate the apathetic and you rightly translate it in community with other people, then indeed you show that God has come to man, and now man can come to God because he gave himself to us, because the very fact he gave himself to us is why we can locate the apathetic, because we can locate him in his mystery and thus translate it into our life, because we're made in the image and likeness of him. And that's why he wants us to do and has given us the grace to do, if we would so condition ourselves according to how he has given himself in the Son. And to the degree we abide in the Holy Spirit, which would to abide in the secret that arises between people, that seems to have something to do the love that moves the sun and other stars, that is making all things new. And he tells us in the end to write this down, for these words are trustworthy and they are true.
I can let go of the Principia after hearing that. Indeed. That is a... Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Matthew, for your time. I've enjoyed it immensely.